need to be discussed separately. And I think that Iran might be more flexible with regards to the nuclear program and the idea of reducing the rate of enrichment, into even in turning over the enriched uranium, in subjecting their own nuclear program to much more stringent oversight and scrutiny by international organizations like the International Atomic Agency, Energy Agency. However, I do not think that the Iranians can really go beyond that. The idea of completely dismantling the enrichment facilities is unrealistic, especially that most of them, or the major ones, were destroyed in the last war. So the idea that Iran still has the capability of enriching massive amounts of uranium that will allow it to develop a nuclear weapon do not really correspond to reality. And the Israelis and the Americans know that, and they admit that. However, they choose to pretend otherwise. They choose to pretend as if the Iranians are an imminent nuclear threat, and this is not true. Iran did not recover yet from the 12-day war. If anything, Iran is even struggling with its own domestic crisis right now. We have seen the wave of protests as of late that Iran has put down very violently and brutally. And with the ongoing economic conditions, they are in no shape to engage in any more adventurism. They will be much more focused on stabilizing the country and containing the collapsing economy. Their economy is in free fall. So the idea that Iran is an imminent threat, as the US and Israel are trying to say, is really far from the truth, Asuma. However, I do believe that what is being presented by the United States is not a serious proposition of negotiation or political settlement. It's an ultimatum. Either surrender to our demands, and we will call it a diplomatic negotiation, or we will go to war. This is a very dangerous formula, very counterproductive, and it might backfire in the face of the Americans and the Israelis, Asuma, because Iran will fight back.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Mohammad Osman for joining us and sharing that insight on this piece. Now, moving the focus to China, China is pushing back against comments from U.S. President Donald Trump, who warned it was very dangerous for close ally Britain to deal with Beijing. Spokesperson Goh Jiakun has said China is willing to strengthen cooperation with all countries, including Britain. He has stressed that Beijing supports engagement based on mutual benefit and what he called win-win results. The remarks underline growing diplomatic friction as Washington urges allies to limit ties with China while Beijing defends its global partnership. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Professor Georgi Toleraya. He's a professor at Russia Academy of Science. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now, Professor, looking at this, how is this tactic working for U.S.? As you know, it seems like it pushes away the allies and then wants it to choose them still over other countries in terms, particularly with U.S. and UK and China now.
Well, I think it's rather ironic that on the one hand, President Trump himself is trying to make some deal with China and planning to visit it, and they have some kind of plans for some kind of cooperation. At the same time, he prohibits his allies to develop cooperation. Of course, Britain and European countries, they may be too late to turn to the East, but nevertheless, they're trying to do it. And I find it ironic that US is prohibiting them to do so. China, of course, doesn't like it, but I think that the European countries, including Britain, will have to follow the lead of the US in this case.
So why can't UK stand for itself? Why does this double standard always work for US?
Well, those whose power is right. That's the rule of the game today. And in fact, I'm reading now, I came across an old book, Godfather by Mario Puzo, for which the famous film was made. And when I read about how the Sicilian mafia in the US operates between itself, it gives a pretty good clue for the current situation, current international politics. Those who have the power is always right.
And how long will this rhetoric work for US?
Well, the practice have been there for many decades, but it was masked, it was decorated with some kind of liberal words and some kind of narrative, democratic narrative. Now it came into the open, and it was clear for everybody even before that. Now it's easier just not to have any illusions and to act in accordance with this real rules of the game, real laws of nature, which are now in force.
And what cards can China and UK play to counter this pressure by US, if any?
Well, China has its own Trump cards. Sorry for this, using the word Trump in its direct meaning. So China has its own ability to withstand this pressure, and I think they will use it. It may be not that open and not be said directly, but China will also use its abilities, its capacity to pursue its own interests.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, staying in China, Beijing has vowed to take necessary measures to protect the interests of its companies following Panama.
What we can do as
Hello and welcome to the newsroom. We're starting with breaking this hour on Jeffrey Epstein files of US. So now US government has released around 3 million, according to media reports, 3 million more files related to Jeffrey Epstein. He has published a new category of files related to the late convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein, the Trump administration's latest effort to comply with the law passed in November that required the department to release all Epstein-related records by December 19, 2025. However, the December date has passed already, while this comes as when the department has said that the end of 2025 that it still has more than 5 million pages to review and needed to reassign hundreds of lawyers to do so, drawing criticism from some members of Congress that the administration's slow pace had violated the law. While 3 million pages from the Justice Department files on the late sex offender Jeffrey Epstein are being released to the public today, Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche has said that at press briefing today. Blanche said the release will include 2,000 videos and 180,000 images related to the Epstein case. It's the latest in the series of releases that began last month in response to the Epstein Files Transparency Act, which passed Congress overwhelmingly and was signed into law by President Donald Trump on November 19th last year. The act gave the Justice Department 30 days to make publicly available all classified records pertaining to investigations and prosecutions of Epstein and his convicted co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell. Now, the bill contains several exceptions that allow for withholding or redacting records, notably to protect the privacy of Epstein's victims. That's what the government says. The DOJ to date had posted to its online Epstein library roughly 12,000 documents, totaling about 125,000 pages, just a small fraction of the millions of records the department has been reviewing. Those materials included record of complaint to the FBI filed back in 1996, years before the disgraced financier was first investigated for child sex abuse. The documents also included new details about the government's investigation into potential accomplices, as well as thousands of photographs of Epstein's New York and U.S. Virgin Islands properties that were searched by the FBI after Epstein's arrest in 2019. Now, the images, which were released without any context or background information, contained little information related to Trump, leading a spokesperson for Clinton to accuse the DOJ of selectively disclosing the pictures to imply wrongdoing on the part of Clinton, where he said there is none. Now, both Trump and Clinton have denied all wrongdoings and have denied having any knowledge of Epstein's file crimes. We will be eyeing this as we continue to follow this news. Now we move on to our next news. U.S. has announced more Iran-related sanctions. The U.S. Treasury Department has imposed more new sanctions on 7 Iranian nationals and 1 entity, according to an update from the U.S. Treasury Department's website. 4 of the sanctioned individuals are named as having been members of Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. The U.S. already has extensive sanctions against Iran. Yesterday, the U.S. Secretary of State announced plans to revoke immigration privileges for senior Iranian officials and their family members as well. Now we will be following this from our newsroom, and now we move on to our next news. With Iran and US and EU standoff. Today we saw a lot of updates coming in from European leaders towards Iran, and after European leaders, EU has put Iranian regimes, the guards to sanctioned Iranian regime's guards. They have Iranian government has said that they will counter that move by Iran by saying that they will also put sanctions on EU forces as well. Now, IRGC was designated as a terrorist group by EU, and Iran said it will label EU member states' armed forces as terrorists in response to that move, which was done by EU against IRGC. Now, while Araghchi was in Turkey today, we heard him speak and reiterated same stance. However, he has said that if there is respect from US side and EU side, they are open to diplomacy and talks. Now, for this, we will be welcoming my colleague Marisha Bar for this. Marisha, what more can you tell us about this ongoing situation between Iran and EU and US?
Yes, well, Asuma, to give you and our viewers a little bit more insight into what are the recent developments when it comes to the unrest or the escalation with regards to diplomacy and just global ties within Iran and the US, let's take a look at first what you shared before. So the United States has sanctioned almost a few more Iranians to the sanctions list. Now, this sanction has come about with regards to the Treasury Department. These are statements released by the US's Treasury Department. Now, when you look at it in the depths of it, around 7 Iranian nationals and a whole entire entity have been added into the sanctions list. Now, when you look at the 4 sanctioned individuals are also have been identified as members of the IRGC. Now, Washington already enforces extensive sanctions on Iran and across Iranian economy. Let's not deny the protests that did go on and are still going on in Iran with regards to the failing governance of it. In fact, even through this unrest, a lot of blockage with regards to internet access, with regards to unrest leading to humanitarian crisis within Iran is seen as a very notable stance. Now, when you look at the US's role in the midst of all of this, Washington enforces extensive sanctions across Iranian economy. US plans to revoke the visas of senior Iranian officials and their families. Now, this is where you see global diplomacy coming into play, because now you see Turkey as a separate nation who is involved in the talks when it comes to Iran. Now, Turkey urges diplomatic solution to avoid conflict and isolation of Iran. Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan confirms talks with US's Special Envoy Steve Witkoff. Ankara says dialogue must continue between Washington and Tehran. They are in fact playing a mediator with regards to the tensions that are escalating with regards to the US and Iran. For Iran's Foreign Minister Arakchi stresses that talks must be fair and respectful. Tehran seeks unity, stability and peace in Syria, because all of these regions are in fact facing escalated tensions because of the unrest that is being rippled out of Iran. Now, Turkey opposes any foreign military intervention against Iran, which primarily they mean the US. Ankara warns Israel, pushing allies towards military actions. Iran in fact threatens to label EU forces terrorists over the IRGC ban. So, all in all, when you look at the situation from a global standpoint, the escalating tensions within Iran is being mediated by Turkey and other global entities, whilst US continues to sanction and release fresh sanctions related to Iran against the Iranian government, which includes Iranian nationals and their family members in itself. So yes, Asma, this is what we know with regards to Iran and the standpoint at this current moment.
Please stay with us as we come back to you. Now moving on to U.S. Federal Reserve Chair, the 16th Federal Reserve Chair, Jerome Powell, will be replaced after he finishes his term in May this year. He's going to be replaced by Mr. Walsh. Now, Trump has nominated Mr. Walsh to lead Federal Reserve today. So, going to the basics, what is the Federal Reserve? It is the U.S. central bank which operates independently from government with goals of maximum employment and stable prices. Now, Kevin Walsh was a former Federal Reserve governor and Wall Street veteran, which makes him highly capable of this particular chair, responsibility. Now, Kevin Walsh has been outspoken in his calls for regime change at the central bank. In a speech last year, he has also said U.S. fiscal policy was on a dangerous trajectory and that there had been a rise in irresponsible spending. He's seen as a voice that would support lower interest rates in the near term, which of course aligns with what President of the United States Trump has been vocal about. Now he's replacing the current federal chair head Jerome Powell, who was selected for this role by Trump back in 2018, back in his first term, which is set to end in May. Due to his resistance to pressure from the president to cut interest rates more rapidly, he found himself under the fire and often lambasted on social media. He's currently under investigation by federal prosecutors as well. Now, former U.S. Treasury official who worked with Fed nominee Kevin Walsh has told some media reports that people are happy with this choice. Now for this, joining me is Marisha for this, my colleague. Marisha, what more can you tell us about this new nominee?
Yes, well, Asma, US President Donald Trump has time and again shown and made his dislike and displeasure very vocal with regards to Jerome Powell, who is the current Fed chief, and considering the nomination of Kevin Warsh, who Trump lauds. He has upfront complimented and called Kevin Warsh as one of the top picks when it comes to the next successor to the US Fed chair. Is in fact a massive development when it comes to the controversy circling around the who's going to be the next Fed chair, or who will be leading the Federal Reserve of the US. Now, when you look at it, today, that is the 30th of January 2026, is when Trump has nominated Kevin Warsh as the successor to Jerome Powell to replace him in the coming future. Now, taking a look at the details of it, Warsh is chosen to replace Powell, whose term ends in the month of May 2026, this year. And Trump has lauded Warsh as a top pick, calling him one of the greatest Fed chairmen, as I quote. And in fact, he says he is the great Fed chairman, maybe even the best. These are the words of Donald Trump when it comes to the nomination of his choice of candidacy to Kevin Warsh. But let's talk about the background. Who is Kevin Warsh? Now, Kevin Warsh previously served as a Federal Reserve governor back in the year 2006 to 2011. He also served, he was known as the youngest ever at the age of 35 when he served his term. Now, the previous roles, he worked as a former Morgan Stanley executive and is currently a fellow at the Hoover Institute at Stanford University. Now, let's talk about the economic views. He is known for being an inflation hawk. He prefers higher interest rates to control inflation. This is his stance when it comes to the rising economy of the US. But recently, he aligned with Trump's calls for lower rates. Now, talking about his professional career, with regards to his educational background, he holds a AB from Stanford and a JD from Harvard Law School. He serves on the board of director for an organization called Ups and Coupang. And he's played a significant role during the 2008 financial crisis as a key liaison to Wall Street. Now, the confirmation of the progress of his nomination truly is dependent on the Senate approval. Now, Warsh needs approval from the Senate but faces opposition. Republican Senator Tim Scott praises Warsh's knowledge and supports his nomination, whilst Senator Tom Tillis vows to oppose the confirmation until an investigation into the current Fed chair, Jerome Powell, is resolved. Now, Warsh is criticized for his economic stance. He has been outspoken against the Fed's involvement in politically charged issues like climate change and inclusion, saying it distracts from the core mission of stable prices and employment. But in all of this, what is at stake? For you and our viewers to understand that the impact on interest rates within the US is something that analysts say is at stake, where Warsh's stance on interest rates is likely to influence borrowing costs from mortgages to car loans, impacting everyday Americans and US citizens. Now, since the US dollar and treasury bonds play a major role in global finance, the Fed's policies have far-reaching effects. So even after being nominated, only time will tell, Asuma, if and how the Fed chair convenes the nomination and accepts Kevin Warsh as their next Fed chair. and how does that pan out for the average citizen in the US?
Yes, thank you for highlighting that and sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next Rep Live as well, Marisha. Now we move on to US, UK, and now we move on to China and UK. And today, as we know, British Prime Minister Keir Starmer is on his visit to China still, and today he was headed to Shanghai. While all of this is unfolding in China and the warming of the ties between UK and China, we saw President Trump raise an alarm towards their warming ties. US has said, and President Trump has said that they should be careful about this, the warming of ties between China and UK. However, UK has said something back. While yes, UK's British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that after the Trump criticism, he has said that UK cannot ignore China, and it would be, I'm paraphrasing here, but it would be foolish of them to ignore China. And while Trump has also threatened Canada with 50% tariff on aircraft sold in US today, and UK has achieved many things this week while Keir Starmer's visit to China. They seem to be ending their diplomatic ice age that has defined their relationship for the past 8 years. This is once again this visit comes after 8 years of no visit from a British leader to China. Now, both leaders face economic pressures at home and are seeking new opportunities for trade and investment. For Keir Starmer, the first UK Prime Minister to visit China since Theresa May in 2018, the trip was a chance to highlight the strength of British firms in finance, pharmaceuticals, healthcare, energy, clean energy, and car making. Now, President Xi Jinping, meanwhile, has aimed to show that China can be a reliable partner for Western economies as US President Donald Trump continues to rattle the global trading system. Although no sweeping free trade deal was reached, the visit marked a cautious but tangible reset of UK-China economic ties. Now, they have already signed and issued agreements on things like visa services, healthcare, green technology, and finance, combined with revived dialogue that might lead to better access for British firms to Chinese markets and greater Chinese investments in the UK. Now, earlier, we saw UK raise alarms over China's human rights, especially in Xinjiang province, towards Uyghur minorities. However, it seems like they have decided to lift those alarms that were raised by UK earlier, and also China has decided to ease the sanctions which were placed onto some UK ministers earlier, but now we know that they have been lifted. However, UK hasn't done the same as of now.
Well, it's very dangerous for them to do that, and it's even more dangerous, I think, for Canada to get into business with China. Canada is not doing well. They're doing very poorly, and you can't look at China as the answer. I know China very well. I know President Xi's a friend of mine. I know him very well, but that's a big hurdle to go over when you get Canada.
Now, for this, we welcome back my colleague Marisha for this. Thank you, Marisha, for staying with us. What more can you tell us about this?
Yes, well, for you and our viewers, Asuma, what we see from our position is that heightened diplomacy and heightened bilateral talks with regards to diplomacy is seen when it comes to when it comes to Canada and China, and right now US's involvement within all of this. Now you see nations and countries who come in unison to retaliate or to withstand dominance from the US, from Western dominance with regards to pressures on tariffs when it comes to what Trump is imposing globally. Now, why are these bilateral talks between Mark Carney and Xi Jinping so important? Now, when you look at it from Canada's when you look at it from the British point of view, when it comes to Keir Starmer's visit and especially the bilateral between the UK and China, you see why Keir Starmer's visit is so important, because he in fact is the first. He became the first British Prime Minister to visit China in almost 8 years. Now, according to reports, there have been successful talks between Keir Starmer and Xi Jinping. And the talks with Xi Jinping have been rather successful. In fact, Starmer held a 3-hour-long meeting with Xi Jinping, leading to agreements on tariff and visas. Now, what are the two countries looking at? Now, China agreed to cut tariff on UK whiskey from about 10% to now 5%. China will allow UK citizens to visit for up to 30 days without a visa. Also, a monumental deal has also been struck where a British drug maker company, AstraZeneca, committed to investing around $15 billion in China. Talks are also focused on health issues and streamlining export processes. Now, what is the stance? What is the strategy of Starmer when it comes to these bilateral talks? Well, when it comes to Starmer, economic pragmatism seems to be a strategy where Starmer emphasized that engaging with China is essential for the UK's economy, highlighting job creation and new trade opportunities. Starmer insists that the UK doesn't have to choose between the US and China.
Yes. Marisha, thank you for sharing that insight. Unfortunately, we are running out of time for that discussion, but now we move the focus on to Russia and Ukraine. U.S. President had earlier stated that it or requested U.S. to Russia to hold airstrikes on Kyiv until February 1st amid harsh winter temperatures, and now media reports show that Russia has agreed to do so. So Russia has agreed to hold airstrikes on Kyiv until February 1st amid harsh winter temperatures, and Ukraine said it was ready to reciprocate as Washington pushes for a diplomatic solution to end the war. But as the Ukrainian capital braces for another bittery cold spell, from Sunday, President Volodymyr Zelensky said today that there was no formal truce between these two countries. Russia has bombed Ukraine's roads and railways in recent days. The Kremlin said President Vladimir Putin had accepted Trump's request to stop bombarding Kyiv to create favorable conditions for peace talks. In recent weeks, however, Russian strikes on energy infrastructure in Kyiv have left hundreds and thousands of people without heating in their homes for days in end. At times, as temperatures have left below minus 15 degrees Celsius. Now, Zelensky said Ukraine was ready to reciprocate this, halting its attacks on Russian refinery infrastructure, saying this was an opportunity rather than agreement. Now, in a post on the Telegram app, Zelensky said there were no strikes on Ukrainian energy facilities overnight and said that Moscow's focus had shifted towards strikes on logistics infrastructure. Now that's all for Newsroom today. Thank you for watching.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome to NewsX World. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching Hollywood Calling. From celebrity scoops to film and music buzz, here's your quick look at what's making headlines in entertainment this week. Chloe Zhao makes BAFTA history as Hamnet earns 11 nominations, the most ever for a female director. The awards take place on February 22nd in London. Sundance 2026 is buzzing in Park City. Channing Tatum, Olivia Wilde, and Charlie XCX premiered new films as the festival spotlights bold storytelling and fresh voices through February 1st. Nicki Minaj grabbed attention at the White House backing Donald Trump during the launch of Trump accounts, praising him openly and herself the #1 fan. Mexico's president is asking South Korea to help bring more BTS concerts to the country as huge demand, ticket shortages, and soaring resale prices spark complaints ahead of the group's global tour. Now we start with awards. Chloe Zhao is making BAFTA history this award season. Her film Hamnet has become the most nominated movie ever by a female director at the BAFTA Film Awards. The Shakespeare-inspired drama picked up 11 nominations, including Best Film, Best Director, and Best Adapted Screenplay. Leading the overall field is Paul Thomas Anderson's One Battle After Another, with 14 nominations, followed by Ryan Coogler's Sinners with 13. This year's nominations also highlights growing diversity, with a quarter of all nominated films directed by women. The BAFTA Film Awards take place on February 22nd in London. Now looking at the Sundance Film Festival, 2026 is making waves in Park City, with several high-profile premieres. Channing Tatum, Olivia Wilde, and Charlie XCX took center stage with their films, showcasing diverse storytelling. Tatum stars in Josephine, a gripping drama about a young girl coping with trauma, earning a standing ovation after its premiere. Olivia Wilde also premiered her movie. Meanwhile, Charlie XCX debuted her self-referential mockumentary, The Moment, offering a glimpse into the end of an era. Notable premieres included Natalie Portman's The Gallerist, a sharp art world satire, and Wilde's The Invite, exploring a crumbling marriage. With buzz building for all these movies, Sundance remains the place to watch fresh, original voices in cinema. The festival runs until February 1st. Now, Hollywood star Natalie Portman has criticized the Academy Awards for sidelining films directed by women. Speaking at the Sundance Film Festival, Portman said many standout female-directed films were overlooked in this year's Oscar nominations. Announced just days earlier, Portman's own film The Gallerist premiered at Sundance on January 24th and is set for theatrical release later in 2026. She noted that only Chloe Zhao's Hamnet earned major recognition, securing 8 Oscar nominations including Best Picture and Best Director. The 2026 Oscar race is led by Michael B. Jordan's Sinners with a record 16 nominations, reigniting debate over gender balance in Hollywood. Now, anticipation is building for Christopher Nolan's next epic, The Odyssey, with a new teaser offering the first look at music star Travis Scott in an acting role. The brief clip aired during the NFL AFC Championship broadcast and marks Scott's on-screen debut under the Oscar-winning director. In the teaser, Scott appears leading soldiers, sharing scenes with Tom Holland and Jon Bernthal, though his character remains a mystery. The film adapts Homer's classic Greek epic and stars Matt Damon as Odysseus alongside Anne Hathaway, Tom Holland, Zendaya, and Robert Pattinson. The Odyssey is set for a worldwide theatrical release on July 17th of this year. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Shekhar Vijayan. He's a freelance entertainment writer, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much for joining us. Welcome to NewsX World.
Hello.
Hi. Now looking at this, Travis Scott makes his acting debut in The Odyssey. How big of a leap is this from his music to film?
So I think there are 3 things to this. So one is, this is not the first time you have a musician making a debut in a movie. This is from stage presence to screen presence. And I think it works well because you also get their fans. You also get, it becomes a more fluid movement from the world of singing to the world of acting, right? So I think in the case of Travis Scott, he's built an immersive world of through music, visuals, and live performance. And I think acting covers this and much more. I think the only thing here would be whether you would be able to bring in the same intensity, bring in the same charisma, and translate it into a scripted or a character-driven medium like film. And obviously, Odyssey is one of the best. If you need to see it on screen, I really want to see how Travis Scott is really going to play the character. The second thing is it's risk versus reinvention. In today's day and age, you have to adapt yourself. You have to reinvent yourself. You have to be nimble. You have to showcase your prowess, not just in singing, but also in acting, also in coming up on screen and branding yourself. Right. So this is a role for him to redefine his creative range. It also puts him under scrutiny where people are going to be criticizing him, they're going to be judging his performance, not his persona. So there's a big risk in this, and the risk just goes up 10x. The second thing is it also shows a broader shift in Hollywood in Hollywood casting. Hollywood of late has been making changes like this. They've been looking at not just regular actors coming and playing regular roles, but they're also getting musicians to come and play roles. They're also getting sportsmen to come and play roles in franchisee films. And where musicians are not just cast for novelty roles, where they're not playing musicians. Here you're getting musicians who are playing roles which are very real, very credible. It's almost like multi-hyphenate creatives who can move fluidly across entertainment. And I think we are living in a fluid world where this transition is happening as we talk, where musicians can become actors, actors can become musicians, and also sportsmen. So I think it's a very interesting world because all 3 of them, be it sportsmen, sportswomen, musicians, or even actors or actresses, I think they all come with a lot of fans. They all come with a lot of adulation. They all come with a lot of credibility. They all come with a lot of charisma. Now, how they are going to play this in terms of how Travis Scott is going to play this in a mammoth movie like Odyssey, which is going to be very interesting. I'm really looking forward to watching it. It's going to be very interesting to watch. More than anything else, it's also about the risk-taking appetite Travis has. It's also about his credibility, which is on the line. And it's also about him extending his persona, not just with singing, but now with appearing on screen. So I think it's a great opportunity, and I think it's something which I'm really looking forward.
Same. Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Vijayan. And now musicians moving into acting roles seems to be a growing trend. How does Travis Scott's debut compare to other high-profile crossovers?
See, we are talking about a movie like Odyssey. Odyssey is a book, is a heroic tale which a lot of us have read. And to bring that on the larger screen is going to be very interesting. And under the direction of Christopher Nolan. Christopher Nolan is known for making movies which make you think a lot, which are quite intense, very intelligent, and wonderful. And of course, he's a wonderful storyteller. So under his tutelage, under his direction, I would love to see how Travis Scott really plays his role, because it's going to be very interesting. And Christopher Nolan is a very, very different director who chooses roles, who chooses actors for his movies based on the character, based on what he wants to get out of them. So it's going to be very interesting to see how he plays it. And like I said, I think it's also, there's a great amount of risk here for Travis Scott. His persona is going to be even more interesting because you're going to see him on the big screen in the theater. And the third thing is, it's going to be an extension of what he does as a musician. I think every musician would love to, come in on screen or, extend the talent. So he also gets a wider canvas to showcase his talent. So I think it's a win-win situation at the end of the day. Where there's a risk involved, but if there's no risk, then there's no reward. He's getting a beautiful director to work with, which is Christopher Nolan. And third thing is getting a chance to showcase his skills at a large scale, that is in the theaters. So I really don't think there's a problem there. If I was in his case, I would have jumped at this offer.
Thank you. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Shekhar Vijayan for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now moving on, the legal battle between Justin Baldoni and Blake Lively is now drawing global attention, with Taylor Swift unexpectedly pulled into the spotlight. Recently unsealed text messages show Swift discussing Baldoni and the film It Ends With Us with Lively, prompting intense public scrutiny. According to US media reports, Swift is unhappy about the release of her private messages and feels exposed by their inclusion in the case. The sources say she was only trying to support Lively and did not want to be involved in the legal dispute, which has reportedly strained their friendship. The case stems from Lively's 2024 sexual harassment lawsuit against Baldoni. Both sides are now preparing for trial later this summer. Now staying in Hollywood, Kristen Stewart is speaking out about gender bias in Hollywood following the festival run of her directorial debut, The Chronology of Water. In an interview with Variety, Stewart said female actors are often treated like puppets, while male performers and directors are taken more seriously. She said directing her own film was a stark contrast, noting she was finally treated as someone with a brain. The film premiered at the Cannes Film Festival, earning a 6.5-minute standing ovation. The Chronology of Water, co-written by Stewart, is based on Lydia Yuknavich's memoir and stars Imogen Poots. Now we move on to Paris. Paris Haute Couture Fashion Week Spring-Summer 2026 is currently underway, with the world's top fashion houses presenting their collections from January 26th through January 29th. The invitation-only showcases features 35 shows across 26 maisons, highlighting craftsmanship, innovation, and luxury design. Meanwhile, major debuts have drawn attention, with Schiaparelli opening the week. Dior unveiled Jonathan Anderson's first couture collection, and Chanel presented Matthew Blazy's debut Vision. The season is being marked by intricate handwork, nature-inspired motifs, and sculptural silhouettes, as Paris once again reinforces its role as the global capital of haute couture. Now moving the focus on to India. Indian singer Arijit Singh has announced his retirement from playback singing, ending a defining era in Bollywood music. The 38-year-old said on Instagram, "It was a wonderful journey and will complete existing projects while focusing on independent music." Singh's husky, intimate voice has been the soundtrack of heartbreak and love in India for over a decade. He rose to fame with hits like Tum Hi Ho from Aashiqui 2 and has collaborated with top composers and global artists, including Ed Sheeran. Despite worldwide fame and sold-out concerts, Singh has always shunned the spotlight. Keeping a low-profile personal life in his hometown, fans are now reflecting on his extraordinary career and wondering what comes next for one of India's most beloved voices. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Atharva Bhatt. He's a musician, joins us live from New Delhi. Thank you very much, Mr. Bhatt, for joining us. Welcome to News World.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thank you. Now, looking at this, Arijit Singh has retired from playback singing, has announced his retirement. How big of a loss is this for Bollywood music?
I feel like it's a significant loss to the industry, but not in a dramatic or an apocalyptic sense. Since Arijit Sir's contribution to the entire Indian music industry has been very substantial, he has sung around 700 plus tracks in 10 different languages. I feel like his voice and his, charm will be missed in the now upcoming playlist in Bollywood and in fact the entire Indian music industry. But his retirement also marks an evolution which the industry has to take into account, given that there are a lot of other capable playback singers in the industry who now can be involved and indulged into these kind of projects where the industry has to take up different textures of voice. So in any sense, I feel like that retirement was a very conscious move by Arijit Sir, and it does and it will bring a high level of evolution in the industry, because that's what is really required at the current state of Indian music industry. So yeah, I feel it will have an impact, and it still has an impact. It has left quite an impact in many of musicians like me. But yeah, it is necessary that the industry evolves and industry experts and industry players do play around with a lot of other voice textures so that they can bring in some new charm and some new emotion in these new tracks that Bollywood and the Indian music industry will be pushing out.
Right. Thank you for highlighting that. And now, despite massive fame, he stayed low-key. How has this shaped his legacy as an artist?
I think Arijit Sir being low-key was the reason why his legacy is going to be considered as, if not then one of the strongest in the Indian music industry. The music industry itself is a lot of involvement of theatrics on and off stage, but Arijit Sir chose not to indulge into these sort of theatrics, and I think that's why he's loved by millions of people, not in India, but across the world itself. And him being a core addition to our playlist has always been about him wholly and concentratedly focusing on music and his art. And he was quite vocal about it, that he did not want to indulge in any sort of drama or controversies. And I think him being low-key is and has created a huge and significant positive impact, and that's why he's loved by millions of people in India and across the globe. So yes, it's safe to say that him being low-key did play a huge role in him being the most loved singer in India.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Atharva Bhatt for joining us today from New Delhi and sharing that insight. Thank you. Now moving on to Mexico. Mexico's president has made a request asking South Korea to help bring more BTS concerts to the country. Claudia Sheinbaum says demand for tickets has been overwhelming, with around 1 million fans chasing just 150,000 seats for 3 shows in Mexico City. BTS is set to return with a new album, Arirang, and a global tour starting in April. After a 3-year hiatus due to military service, ticket shortages have triggered complaints and investigations into ticket sales and resale platforms, with prices soaring far above face value. Mexico is now urging tighter regulation as BTS prepares to begin its world tour in South Korea. Let's listen in to Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum.
El grupo BTS en inglés, es muy popular entre las y los jóvenes mexicanos. Van a ser en mayo los conciertos, ¿no? Y quieren comprarlo cerca de 1 millón de jóvenes. Y solo hay 150,000 boletos. Vaya este grupo. Entonces le escribí una carta al primer ministro de Corea pidiéndole que venga más veces. Todavía no recibo la respuesta, pero esperemos que sea positiva o que permitan pantallas.
Now we move the focus on to US. Nicki Minaj is calling herself the #1 fan of Donald Trump. President Trump made headlines at the White House. She attended the rollout of Trump Accounts, a new government-backed investment program for babies. Dressed in a furry white coat, Minaj hugged the president and took to the podium, saying public criticism only strengthens her support. She vowed to defend President Trump against his critics and praised him as protected by God. President Trump joked about being overshadowed and held Minaj's hand as she engaged with the audience. The rapper, who previously criticized Trump's policies, has recently praised his leadership and faith-based initiatives. Let's listen in to Nicki Minaj.
I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him.
Now for this, we welcome my colleague and correspondent of NewsX World, Kriti Mehta. Thank you very much, Kriti, for joining us. Now, Nicki Minaj previously criticized Trump, but now praises his leadership. What do you have to say about this?
Yes, Asuma, so clearly there's a clear change towards right in Nicki Minaj's political standing, and that's in fact also created a division within her fans who are unable to understand where really that change is coming from. But anyway, like we heard and showed our viewers, Nicki Minaj has clearly gone on to this Treasury Department event and said that she is the #1 fan of US President Donald Trump. In fact, going on to say that God is with Trump. She's also said that she is not bothered by the hate that she is coming out getting for supporting Trump, and in fact also went on to add that is only going to motivate her further from supporting Trump. And in fact, her support didn't stop there. Minaj has also pledged to donate as many as between $150,000 to $300,000 for Trump's account, which is in fact an initiative for newborns where parents can invest their money and in the stock markets, and when they are 18 they can reap the benefits out of that. But it's interesting, the developments that are taking place ahead of the midterms in the United States. Nicki Minaj supporting Trump, and in fact Trump has also gone on to return that favor and called Nicki Minaj the greatest female rapper in the US history.
With that, I would like to thank Ms. Kriti for sharing that insight. Thank you very much. Now, staying in the U.S. White House, U.S. First Lady Melania Trump has hosted a private screening at the White House of a new documentary about her life. The film, titled Melania, follows the 20 days leading up to President Donald Trump's second inauguration and offers rare behind-the-scenes access. It shows her role as an advisor, her diplomatic engagements, fashion choices, and moments with the president, including preparations for Inauguration Day. The documentary is backed by Amazon MGM Studios as part of a $40 million deal and will be released globally on January 30th. A public premiere is set for January 29th, with further promotions planned in the coming days. And that's a wrap on Hollywood Calling for this week. Your dose of stars, style, and stories returns soon.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. We'll start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver and equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. US President Donald Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness. In Europe, the European Union brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warning from European Union leaders that the region can't afford another war. Trump announces a brief ceasefire in Ukraine, claiming Russia has agreed to halt shooting, and Putin agreed to spare Kyiv during harsh winter cold. Ukrainian President Zelensky urges US support to stop Russian strikes on energy infrastructure as the European Union blacklists Russia over money laundering risks. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer praises a real progress from his China visit, focusing on trade and ties, but President Trump calls it very dangerous for Britain to engage with Beijing. Donald Trump teases a new Federal Reserve Chair announcement next week, with potential runners in the spotlight as he ramps up criticism of the central bank's policies. Trump credits Hamas for facilitating hostage returns and hints at the potential disarmament as bodies of Palestinians returned by Israel arrive at Gaza hospitals amid fragile peace talks. Alright viewers, then on to the top focus. In Brussels, dozens of protesters have gathered to urge the European Union foreign ministers to blacklist Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guards Corps following a deadly crackdown on mass protests. The European Union has also agreed to add the IRGC to its terrorist list, placing it alongside groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS. This decision marks a shift in Europe's stance towards Iran, with European Union officials condemning the violence against protesters. Despite concerns over damaging ties with Iran, European Union officials stressed that diplomatic channels will remain open. Additionally, the European Union imposed sanctions on 15 individuals and 6 entities linked to human rights violations, including those involved in Iran's missile and drone programs. Let's listen to what the protesters had to say.
IRGC is working as the main arms of the Iranian regime for repression and for suppressing the protests inside the country. IRGC is responsible for the external war and terrorism in the region, and also for terrorist attacks on Europe. So it is really a strong signal from Europe to the Iranian people that we stand by you against your suppressors.
All right, now joining in this discussion is retired Major General AG Blanche, who is a geostrategic expert from New Delhi. General Blanche, thanks very much for joining us. Firstly, what's your assessment of the fact that European Union has now gone on to designate IRGC as a terrorist organization? This, in fact, is after many such instances, is one where European Union and the US seem to be on the same page.
Yeah, Kirti, no doubt about it. European Union now declaring IRGC as a terrorist organization, and basically they are now in line with what the US had done it, and this is after what Al Qaeda and ISIS have been also earlier declared as a terrorist organization. Now, as far as European is concerned, what does it mean? It means that certain individual and entities of IRGC, their bank accounts will be also frozen, and they will not be allowed to move out of Iran. Their travel ban will be there. Now, the situation is very fluid in Iran. No doubt about it. There are, protesters which are still on the road, but since the internet blackout is there, one does not know. And the issue today is coming, the US is preparing for the assault. It has already moved Ibrahim Lincoln from Indo-Pacific. It has come now very close to Persian Gulf. It has moved about 50,000 personnel in different bases in Middle East, which are like Saudi, UAE, Oman, Bahrain, Jordan. And they have also moved their submarines, and they are equipped with Tomahawk missile. They also moved air defense system, that is Patriot missile system, and third, this is terminally high altitude area defense system. So overall, US is very well prepared to strike. Whether it will strike or not, time will only tell.
All right. Now, Iran's response is also very sharp, General Blanche. Last year, of course, there was that 14-day war. What can we expect now if this strike does happen?
One thing is very clear. Iran is better prepared this time. Iran has an arsenal of about 3,000 to 4,000 ballistic missiles. Though they do not very strong in the air defense and the air power, but where they are strong is that they have a missile which can strike all parts of Middle East as well as Israel. And they know it that all these countries, Bahrain, Oman, Jordan, UAE, Saudi Arabia, they will be hit badly in the crossfire. And so will be the Israel, because Israel Iron Dome system was also found wanting last time. Now, another very important thing is Iran is very well prepared. Iran is not Venezuela, which USA is trying to do. They will strike back, and they strike back with a might. There's no surprise angle now. Iran is knowing it, they can be attacked anytime, so they are prepared. Second thing is what Donald Trump is thinking, there can be a regime change. There can't be a regime change unless there are boots on ground. And US is not ready to put boots on ground. The another two issues which stand very, very important is, the CIA and Mossad agents have infiltrated in Iran almost about 3 to 4 months. But they have not able to divide or create a division in IRGC. Remember, the IRGC is the backbone of Iran. And IRGC is still very loyal to Ayatollah Al-Khamenei. Until unless there is a division in IRGC which also controls their economic, work, there can't be a regime change. Second thing is there can be a regime collapse, because in case America hits their nuclear installation, command and control system, logistics supply, there may be a collapse of regime, but there won't be a regime change. Who will be thereafter? Until unless the US do not have boots on ground it will not happen. And US is not very keen to have boots on ground. So situation is very, very fluid, and Iran is very well prepared to strike back. And you will find it in case this war take place. As you were mentioning, 14 days war which took place earlier. This time, the impact of the Iran hitting the Middle East basis will be far greater than what was last time, and you will find the energy sector, because almost 70% of oil is coming from Middle East. You find that it will be badly hit, and the energy prices will go, and the regional instability will increase. I suppose Donald Trump is thinking that, and to me it looks like that it is more of a pressure tactic. Donald Trump will not make this mistake to attack directly on Iran. If it will do it, you will find it Iran will respond with its all might, which is almost about 3 to 4,000 ballistic missiles.
In fact, General Siraj, Iran has also now added 1,000 new drones to its arsenal. That clearly is signaling it's ramping up its military, preparing for an imminent attack or strike. But what do we know about its nuclear position as of now? Because that is Trump's primary concern. It does not want Iran to build nuclear weapons.
You know, as far as the nuclear weapon is concerned, Kriti, it is mysterious situation. Last time when the US has attacked on Iran and saying that it has attacked the 3 bases of Iran nuclear sites, but the Iran was successful in moving out 60 ton of uranium, which was enriched almost about 60%, and they have moved to a safe place. No one knows whether they have already made a nuclear weapon or they are on the threshold of making nuclear weapon. So it is not very easy. Like what we are also contemplating, that there may be a limited strike, that the US may only strike on the nuclear installation, command control system, wherein the protesters feel elated that yes, the America is coming for help. But it's a double-edged weapon. Why it is double-edged weapon? It may unite Iran to fight against US. That can also happen. And second thing is, does US has got a complete knowledge where are the nuclear weapons, if they have made it, or where they are likely to make nuclear weapons? It is not known. And again, in last time when the US strike, it was about 80 to 90 meter deep inside, where they have used GBU-57 bomb, dropped by the B-2 bomber. This time they are far, far more deep inside. So it is very difficult. I don't think US will succeed in destroying the nuclear weapons of, in case if it is there, or they are on the verge of making, because anything above 60% uranium, it takes only 2 weeks to make it. In a weapon grade, more than 90%. So therefore, it is not going to be easy for US, and the situation will deteriorate, and Iran will strike back, and strike back hard on all the Middle East countries which are now supporting Israel and US. So there is a very big problem. Another thing which is coming, Kriti, is that majority of these Middle East countries like Saudi, UAE, they have said they will not let US to use their airspace. So that point is there. If by chance US can't use their airspace, then it is only limited to only sea, like Abraham Lincoln destroyers and all they are firing, or from submarine they are firing from submarine Tomahawk missile, or the Israel firing from Israel. So therefore that will be also limited. So I feel it is going to be no one knows what will be the outcome, and no one knows what is going to happen, because Donald Trump is most unpredictable. But I certainly feel that whatever Donald Trump is doing, it is doing a pressure tactics so that the Iran agree for a nuclear deal.
Yeah.
That Iran agrees to sign a nuclear deal on the terms which are by and large given by US. I think that is the aim. US will not make a mistake of directly attacking Iran, because Iran is not Venezuela.
Right.
When Iran will strike back, and strike back with its all force.
General Sivach, of course, subject for a longer discussion, but we'd leave it at that for now. But I request you to stay on with me as we proceed now to cover news on Cuba as well. Cuban Foreign Minister Bruno Rodriguez has condemned US President Donald Trump's executive order imposing tariffs on countries that sell oil to Cuba, calling it a brutal attack of aggression. Rodriguez criticized the US for intensifying the 65-year-old economic blockade against Cuba, which he says has led to extreme living conditions for the Cuban people. The executive order stipulates that additional tariffs may be imposed on goods from any country providing oil to Cuba, including crude oil and petroleum products. The order, effective January 30, gives the US Secretary of Commerce authority to determine which countries are involved in these transactions and to enforce the new regulations. I request General Sivach to join me back in the discussion with his first comments.
One thing is very clear, that Donald Trump always want a regime change in Cuba. Cuba is a communist country.
Yeah.
Remember, no one can forget what happened in 1962 when it is considered on the edge of a nuclear war, where the missiles were put by the Russia, that time Soviet Union, in Cuba. So the point is that even in Trump 1.0, Donald Trump wanted to change a regime in Cuba, but he could not succeed. And then Obama changed the completely. He wanted to have more relation with Cuba. So as on today, Donald Trump wants to go all out to change regime in Cuba. So what it wants to do is that it wants to now throttle Cuba. It wants to economically let Cuba collapse. And how does he do it? Earlier there was a oil which was coming from Venezuela, and this was a discounted. That is no more coming once Venezuela is now by and large under the control of US. Where the oil is coming, it is basically coming from Mexico. That also now this executive order is passed, emergency has declared that from 30th January, that any country which is supplying oil directly or indirectly action will be taken against that. So therefore the aim is to put tremendous pressure on Cuba, and as the situation is today prevailing in Cuba, the economic condition is gone from bad to worse. There is hardly oil left, more than about 5-6 days. There is no power. There is a power cut off almost 20 to 22 hours in a day, and people are in a very, very bad state. So the aim of Donald Trump is to make sure that the economically Cuba is crippled, and anyone which is supplying oil will be now given a lot of pressure. So now what will happen? Now as far as the Cuba is concerned, they have been also told that either you negotiate. What are the terms of condition of negotiation? No one knows about it. But Donald Trump wants to negotiate on his terms. Whether the Cuban government agrees or not, time will tell. What the US is saying, the Cuban government is involved in anti-American activities. They are involved in necro-terrorism, and they are also involved in illegal migration. And they are doing certain activities which are against the interest of US. So they, as far as US is concerned, is making its case as to what they are doing, why they are doing. But now the situation is fluid, and let's see how things unfold.
Now, General, the fact that Trump is going on with his tariff threats, he's now threatening any country that supplies oil, gas to Cuba also with tariffs. How do you think this is going to affect American economy, and especially Trump's standing just when he's about to face the midterms?
Everything will depend upon what will be the outcome in the midterm election. And one does not know as to how the situation will prevail. There are conflicting, can see signatures which are coming from US. Certain people are saying that the white people are happy what Donald Trump is doing, he is doing for his own country. But there are certain section of people saying that he has basically ruined the economy of US. Because once you increase the tariff, who has to pay? It is the consumers, and the consumers are the Americans. So there is an inflation, where there is unemployment which is on the increase. So there are problems in US as to how this result of midterm election will dictate what will be the course of action Trump follow thereafter. But as on today, Trump is very clear that he is not going to negotiate. He is going to put tremendous pressure on Cuba. He is going to cauldron it from outside. Anyone supplying oil to it will be also, there will be sanction against that. So therefore, there is a problem as far as the Cuba is concerned. Mexico can't supply, Venezuela can't supply, so it's a big issue. Now, does it, this putting of tariff, yes, it affects the consumers in US. They have to pay, but overall, what has he done? Which are the positive things which they done? As far as US economy is concerned, it is of $31 trillion, whereas the debt is about $37 trillion. So there is a huge debt of $6 trillion more than its own economy. So possibly by raising this tariff, he is trying to reduce this debt. There is no denying that fact. Though the pressure is on the public of US, because after all this tariff has to be paid by them. So this is what he is trying to do it. Second thing is what he is doing it by putting tariff and all. It is dictating terms with the world over. As on today, it has been successful. Countries like India, which are not at all bowing down, though we have a 50% tariff, but India does not want to sign any trade agreement on the terms which are dictated by Donald Trump. We say it can be only signed once it is mutual beneficial. But other countries, whether it is European Union or you see UK, Australia, Japan, South Korea, they have signed free trade agreement on the terms and conditions of US. US is now trying to boss around and it is dictating terms. Now this will happen, but what will be the outcome of this midterm election? That will dictate the future course of action. What will thereafter the Donald Trump takes on? Because then, in case if he does not do well in midterm election, then he will be far weaker than what he is today.
General Sawach, thanks very much for joining us. And now moving ahead, viewers, North Korean leader Kim Jong-un has announced plans for large-scale construction projects this year, including industrial factories in 20 regions. The country is preparing for a major party political gathering. The 9th Party Congress of the Workers' Party of Korea is coming soon, where Kim is expected to set important policy goals. At the event, Kim will discuss construction plans, which is due to include public health facilities, leisure complexes and industrial factories in 20 regions. This is reported to impact nearly 1/3 of the country's cities and counties. Meanwhile, the Central Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea has elected delegates to be sent to the upcoming party congress. But the date for the high-level meeting has not yet been announced. And now moving ahead, Panama Supreme Court has annulled crucial port contracts held by Panama Ports Company, a subsidiary of Hong Kong-based CK Hutchison. These contracts have been in place since the 1990s and involve the operation of container terminals at both entrances to the Panama Canal, the Pacific and Atlantic sides, separate from the canal's primary waterway operations. The court's ruling, which found the contracts to be unconstitutional, comes as a significant blow to CK Hutchison, particularly as it looks to complete a $23 billion sale of its port operations worldwide, including the Panamanian terminals. The decision is seen as a win for Washington, where the US has long sought to curb Chinese influence over the canal, a key global shipping route. The sale of the ports to a consortium led by BlackRock and Mediterranean Shipping Company, who were expected to purchase these terminals, could be at risk, with the future ownership of these strategic ports now in question. In response, Panama Ports Company, which has operated the terminals for decades, said the ruling lacks a legal basis and has vowed to challenge it. PPC has stated that it plans to pursue arbitration over the court's decision. The ruling also comes at a time of increasing US-China rivalry over global trade routes, with China threatening to block the deal if it undermines its national interests. President Jose Raul Mulino of Panama has indicated that if the court's ruling stands, private-public partnerships could be explored to take over the operations of the two ports. The decision could force Panama to restructure its legal framework for handling port contracts and may require new tenders to operate the terminals. The impact on shipping lines and the global supply chain remains to be seen, but analysts warn that this could significantly disrupt operations at a critical transit hub in global maritime trade. All right, Dr. Satoru Nagao, fellow at the Hudson Institute of Tokyo, joins me now from Tokyo in this discussion. Dr. Nagao, firstly, how do you view the developments, and how really is China prepared to tackle?
Of course, for China, this is a very important contract, and one of the good examples, US-China competition affects economic contract, business contract between China and other countries. But in this case, anyway, because security is a background issue, there is no choice for Panama to end the contract with China. So now Panama got legitimacy to end the contract with China. So that's why for Panama it is the best situation, but for China this is a nightmare situation. View from this, what China will do as a retaliation is, of course, China is my second largest partner for Panama to using the Panama Canal. So that's why one of the things China can do is, for example, China will not use the Panama Canal. In this case, Panama government will lose income from China. And at the same time, because of the contract is illegal, the court said, but China will not accept it. This is a political verdict, China believes. So that's why China will ask the international court to change the situation. That is also the matter China can do. But at the same time, view from the Canada, this is a security issue. Security issue is survival or not is matter. So in this case, for Panama, decision is made. This is legal. This is a bad contract the Panama suffered. So that's why the Panama will say this is right way. And Panama cannot back down in this case toward China.
Right, Dr. Naga, in fact, stay on. There's some breaking news. China has reacted. Let's give that news to our viewers. Now, Beijing has reacted strongly to Panama Supreme Court after it annulled the key concession allowing Hong Kong-based CK Hutchison to operate ports at the Panama Canal. The Chinese government has vowed to take necessary measures to protect the interests of the Chinese companies after the court ruling. China's Foreign Ministry spokesman Guo Hiakun expressed their solidarity with CK Hutchison, saying that China would resolutely safeguard the legitimate rights and interests of Chinese companies in the wake of the decision. All right, Dr. Nagao requested to join me back. China, of course, has reacted, but what are the measures now that it could plan to take? You were talking about the international court, but what are the immediate steps that it can take?
Anyway, China's way of thinking is something suffer China face. In this case, China try to retaliate to deter the similar move in other places. But at the same time, view from what really happened, this way is not effective because currently the situation is related to the security. Security means that most of the country cannot resist it. So that's why this is not purely the business issue. So that's why just retaliation is not effective enough for the other country to cut the relation with China. So that's why in this case, the company of the CK Hudson Holdings was planning to sell all of the port to the other rich investor of Europe. And so just to get income and not touch with many port projects Indeed, view from the business, this is the most effective way just to sell and not involve the politics. But the Chinese government involved this contract and instead of the company, so making a pressure to the company not to do that. And instead of this, ask the court and retaliate against the parliament, something like that. This is quite Chinese government way of thinking, and this is not effective. Anyway, China's government will lose, and the company need to follow the Chinese government, and but nothing they will get. Instead of this, they just lose right to control the Panama Canal, but that will happen. So that's why China's government way is something like that, but this is not effective in the long run anyway.
All right, Dr. Nagao, thanks very much for joining me and giving your opinion. And now moving ahead, viewers, bringing you some technology news as always before the end of the bulletin. Now, Apple is prioritizing production and shipment of its 3 highest-end iPhone models for 2026 while delaying the rollout of its standard model due to a marketing strategy shift and supply chain constraints. According to reports, the US tech giant will focus on delivering its first-ever foldable iPhone and 2 non-folding models with upgraded cameras and larger displays for a flagship launch in the second half of 2026. While the standard iPhone 18 is now slated to ship in the first half of 2027. The move is aimed at optimizing resources and maximizing revenue and profits from premium devices amid a rising cost of memory chips and materials, and to minimize production risks tied to the more complex industrial techniques for Apple's first foldable device. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of death, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness. In Europe, the European Union brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warning from European Union leaders that the region can't afford another war. US President has declared a national emergency and warned of tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating trade tensions. Thailand's reformist politician Nathaphon emerges as frontrunner in polls ahead of the February vote, signaling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. After meeting with potential candidate Kevin Warsh, US President Donald Trump confirms he will reveal his pick for the Fed chair tomorrow amid calls for rate cuts. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China wants to take appropriate measures. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver and equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. All right, viewers, on to the top focus now. Iran's parliamentary speaker Mohammad Bagher Ghalibaf has sharply criticized the European Union for designating the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, or the IRGC, as a terrorist organization. Ghalibaf described the IRGC as one of the world's strongest counterterrorism forces, accusing the European Union of supporting terrorism by targeting Iran's arm. The European Union's decision, made in response to Iran's deadly crackdown on anti-government protests, marks a significant shift in Europe's approach to Tehran. The European Union also imposed sanctions on Iranian officials, including the Interior Minister, while expressing that diplomatic channels with Iran would remain open. Despite concerns over the impact on diplomatic relations, European officials have emphasized that the violence against protesters cannot be tolerated. All right, viewers, those are the latest updates coming in from Iran. In fact, the situation is deteriorating. We're also learning that the US has just flown a MC-130J Commando 2 aircraft from UK to Azerbaijan, and some in Iran are citing US aircraft over the area. Iran's military spokesman, Brigadier General Mohammad Akram Minia, told state television that US aircraft carriers have serious vulnerabilities and that numerous US military assets in the Gulf region are within the range of our medium-range missiles. Joining me now in this discussion is Saul Sadka, who's a political commentator from Tel Aviv. Saul, thanks very much for joining us. Firstly, do take us through what's the latest that you're picking up. There are reports of US aircraft being sighted over the Middle East.
Yes, exactly. Well, there have been reports of continual buildup of United States military assets building up in the region for a few weeks since the beginning of the protests, the beginning of the year, really. And this continues to amass. However, I will say that the people who know will not be talking about the actual reality. So anything that might be, any hints that people are spreading, is more likely than not to be mere noise rather than actual information. Before the previous strike on Iran in June by Israel, we saw the same thing. And it surprised everyone. No one knew that it was coming except people who actually did know. And those people didn't talk about it in advance, and we would expect to see the same thing this time.
All right, talk to us about how Iran is really ramping up its arsenal in the face of an imminent strike from the US.
Everything that Iran is doing, whatever it is doing under the full cover of American and Israeli surveillance. They can see everything that Iran is doing. They know where all their military assets are. They have satellite coverage that shows them everything. There's nothing that they can hide from the United States or from Israel. So whatever they are doing, it is known what they are doing, which makes it very much easier to deal with it. They are very much limited also as to what they can actually build up. They might be able to build a few dozens of additional ballistic missiles per month, and perhaps they managed to somewhat replenish their stocks since the attacks in June, although we do know that they lost most of their launchers. It is believed that Iran currently has around 1,500 to 2,000 remaining major ballistic missiles with long range and heavy payloads. They lost a lot of them through use and destruction on the ground from Israeli strikes in June. Whatever they have left, however, is limited not by the numbers of missiles that they have, but the number of launchers. It is believed that a majority of their launchers were lost. The main thing for Iran in their battle against the United States and Israel is to be able to offer some kind of deterrent. And the deterrence is really a factor, not of how many missiles they have, but of how fast they can fire those missiles off. If they can only fire the missiles off in salvos of 30 or 40 at a time, which is what they were able to do by the end of the war in June, that is not a particularly great threat to anyone because the countermeasures that the United States and Israel have are very effective, and they are able to shoot down approximately 90% of those on a good day. It's only a problem if Iranians are able to shoot off those missiles in the hundreds, because if they can shoot them off in the hundreds, they can overwhelm the defense mechanisms, and they might be able to raise that success rate from 10% after the countermeasures to maybe 30 or 40%. So if they can fire them off fast, they vastly increase their danger. However, nevertheless, even despite all this, the missiles that they have, which is their last remaining serious deterrent after their proxies have all been eviscerated, that being said, they are not accurate enough. They do not have the accuracy to reliably strike genuine strategic targets like aircraft on the ground, that kind of thing. The things that would really make the Israelis and the Americans pay. What they do have the ability to do is to target population centers, large population centers, and kill civilians. And we saw last time that the 500 or 600 missiles that they managed to shoot off, approximately 50 of them made landfall in Israel, and those 50 bus-sized missiles managed to kill 30 people because the Israelis are quite well prepared for these attacks, and the civilians are quite disciplined in heading to shelters.
All right, Saul, now Trump is also saying that he's asking for Iran to come to talks. In fact, details are coming in of Trump's fresh statements. Is that a possibility now? Can Iran really come on the negotiating table?
Who knows? Trump is mercurial. No one knows what he's going to do. However, I would say this, that before the massacre of some 30,000 or more protesters by the Iranian regime over the past couple of weeks, it would have been perhaps more conceivable that Trump would sit down and shake the hands of the IRGC butchers who have been torturing their people for 47 years now, this month. But after seeing this, and after particularly Trump promised the protesters that they should write down the names of the people who are killing them so they can be brought to justice, it seems just implausible that Trump will shake those hands. At some point, the hands become so bloodied that shaking that hand seems inconceivable. But who knows?
All right, Saul, well, thanks very much then for your opinion. And we now move on, viewers. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has thanked the United States for its efforts to stop strikes on Ukraine's energy infrastructure. He expressed hope that these efforts would continue to secure Ukraine's energy facilities in the coming days. Zelensky also acknowledged the ongoing challenges in Kyiv, particularly with heating, as over 450 residential buildings across several districts remain without heat due to the strikes. This comes after President Trump claimed that President Putin has agreed to halt strikes on Ukrainian energy infrastructure going over during the winter storm. Let's listen to what the Ukrainian president had to say.
Дякую американській стороні за зусилля, щоб в цей час зупинити удари по енергетиці, і сподіваємось, що Америці вдасться це забезпечити. Є сьогодні заява президента Сполучених Штатів. Ситуація зараз вночі та цими днями, реальна ситуація на наших об'єктах енергетики, у наших містах це покаже. Найбільш складно, як і раніше в Києві, тим більше проблеми з опаленням. Без тепла в Києві більше, ніж 450 багатоквартирних будинків в кількох районах. Більшість з них це після ударів.
And I'm moving ahead now. U.S. President Donald Trump has called Alex Preddy, who was shot dead by federal agents in Minneapolis last week, an agitator and possibly an insurrectionist. President Trump made these comments after a video was released showing the man, Alex Preddy, scuffling with federal agents before the incident. However, Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey has described the ICE operations in the city as an invasion of democracy. Frey has said that the deaths of 2 U.S. citizens during confrontations with federal agents represented a threat to the whole of United States. Meanwhile, after Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, announced possible withdrawal of some federal agents from Minneapolis, residents in the city reacted. Let's listen in to them.
There is a sense that he's a bit more moderating in his views, which is a good sign. But will he carry it through? Will ICE actually stop behaving the way that they have? It is very, very doubtful that they will, given the circumstances that are taking place in the wider context of the policies that are being pursued by the Trump administration to exploit the immigration issues in this country.
After all of this, it's a very little thing to say for everything that's happened, and to say that we're going to de-escalate this a little bit is a little bit of a slap in the face to like people that have died for this cause.
I hope that we all understand that the situation is serious, what has happened. We do not want this happen again. We've lost 2 lives. And I hope that we all come to some agreement that enough is enough and we should stop. And, you know, deportation has happened all for decades, for before too. So there's a process for that. If we do by due process, it's acceptable to everybody. But the current process is certainly not acceptable to anyone.
And Professor Wesleyan Popovsky, Vice Dean of the Jindal Global Law School, joins me in the discussion. He's joining from Thailand right now. Professor, thanks very much for joining in. Borders are raised there. He's saying ICE is not going to stop its operations. There's clearly no backing down, even though Trump had signaled that there was going to be some retreat. But then the borders came out and issued that statement. And now Trump again is calling Alex Pretty an insurrectionist. He was a U.S. citizen serving as an ICU nurse. What does Trump, really have proof to say that he was an insurrectionist, just based on the fact that he was scuffling right before he was actually killed?
Yes, it's an unfortunate development. And the tactics is to blame the victim as to kind of justify the action of his enforcement agencies. So basically, he doesn't want to give up. He wants to play on the domestic audience, on the Republican support he still has. He doesn't at all respect the law, and that's Donald Trump. All he is interested in is to look strong, and that's why he cannot back up, because backing up means he doesn't look strong, he looks weak. And the only way forward is more protests. In fact, when there are more protests, when people clearly are united against the violence committed by the ICE agents, it will lead at one point to backing down. You cannot do against people anything, and that's what in democracies usually happen. You can do a lot against people in Iran, in Russia, in North Korea, but in a country with 250 years of democracy like United States, at some point, every authority, no matter how brutal and dictatorial it is, like Donald Trump, needs to face the institutions, the laws, the judges, the public opinion, the civil society. So one way or another, it cannot be solved against the will of the people here. So Minneapolis was a peaceful city a year ago before Donald Trump launched this ridiculous, brutal, anti-human campaign against immigrants. And yes, more he escalates, more people will protest and revolt. And obviously it's usually the way to reverse the cause and the effect. The cause is the violence by the federal agencies, and the effect are people protesting against violence. But now they want to say people are violent and not the federal agencies, which is exactly the opposite. So reversing the cause and effect, lying and manipulating, that's what Donald Trump always does.
Professor, why is it that only Minneapolis is being targeted by ICE? Are all the illegal immigrants in the United States only in Minnesota, which is a Democratic stronghold? Why are we seeing all these reports of killings only from Minneapolis?
You answered it already, saying it's a Democratic stronghold. But it's a political fight against the Democrats. And there is no such thing in any state where Republicans are in power. So very clearly it is another political divisive game against Minnesota. And well, there are a large number of immigrants in Minnesota, and they decided to go there and to show power and strength and brutality in a state which is run by Democrats. And also, funnily, they tried to dig back in the year 2000 and find some fraud committed by the authorities in Minnesota. All this kind of blaming the state and blaming the people and blaming the local authorities as to justify violence, as to justify killing of people. And that's even more notorious and unacceptable, and it doesn't lead anywhere. So once and again, we see a very incompetent administration and impotent, because they cannot achieve anything without brutality. Brutality doesn't bring anything here. It only escalates. It only makes it on the first page of the news. All these statements do not help Donald Trump long-term whatsoever. There is no problem with immigration, by the way. It is a created story. It's a fantasy that Donald Trump created to win the elections, to scare people with immigrants, which actually doesn't make any problem in any country. Well, there are maybe some of those
Professor, there's some breaking news updates that are coming in from Iran. Do stay on with us. Viewers, the US has flown an MC-130J Commando 2 aircraft from the UK to Azerbaijan, a move that's following escalating tension between the US and Iran. The aircraft, equipped with advanced avionics, infrared countermeasures and aerial refueling capabilities, this is designed for covert operations in the hostile regions. This deployment comes as the USS Lincoln, Abraham Lincoln, a US aircraft carrier, is already headed toward the region, further intensifying US military presence amid the ongoing standoff. All right, big updates coming in, viewers. Let's request Professor to join us back in the discussion here. Professor, of course, while we now had the USS Abraham Lincoln group headed toward Iran, now there are also aircraft flying over the region. Trump, do you think, is now really trying to corner Iran?
Yes, if he does, that's a good news, because in fact, Iran needs to be cornered after they brutally killed several thousand of their protesters. Obviously, it will be a message to Iran to stop that brutality and somehow to de-escalate the tension. So yes, flying over Iran and kind of sending firm messages against Ayatollah Khamenei is what United States, but also other countries should do, Europeans and Israel and other countries. Nobody in the world should tolerate the Iranian regime. And if, yes, there is a willingness to show force and power, so be it. Yes, I encourage that. I welcome showing united front against.
But what's your best guess? Is Iran really going to come to the negotiating table with the United States, or is it only now going to retaliate? Because that's the message that's coming out clearly from Iran, that it's going to respond in the best way possible.
If we look at the past occasions, yes, Iran did respond, for example, last September when it was attacked by Israeli and United States aircraft. But the response was absolutely minimal. And it is, again, to play with the domestic audience, somehow to show power in Iran. But otherwise, yes, Iran is very weak. This government produced nothing for the people. They are protesting rightly because of the economic situations, not so much because of the lack of democracy and human rights. So again, long-term, this regime is gone, depending when. And they are trying to play somehow, but there are absolutely no And I see de-escalation and willingness from Iran to prolong their life of the regime through some negotiations with United States. Yes.
Okay, Professor.
Yes, there will be some language of hostility, but long term it will be de-escalation.
Okay, stay on with us, Professor, as we now move on. Because let's also tell you that the US Senate in the US, a partial government shutdown is now looming as the US Senate rejected a key procedural vote, deepening tension around the Trump administration's immigration policies. Democrats have refused to pass a bill spending package unless the Department of Homeland Security is renegotiated to impose stricter limitations on immigration and customs enforcement. The blockage stems from outrage over the deaths of 2 protesters in Minneapolis at the hands of the federal agents. The shutdown will affect 3/4 of the federal government and would interrupt government services and add economic uncertainty as midterm elections approach. Both parties are pushing for a resolution, but a prolonged shutdown could have far-reaching consequences for the economy and federal employees. All right, Professor, please do join us back with your comments here.
Yes, I'm here, yes. You want me to comment on the...
Yes, please do go on.
Okay. Yes, so absolutely, the Democrats are doing what they can do. They are threatening to shut the government down if there are demands to de-escalate the situation with the immigration and control enforcement is not resolved. They see this growing escalation, and not only in Minneapolis, but also in other places. So they demand the government to comply with the rule of law and to de-escalate the violence and the tensions. And in their power is the budget, is the federal spending. And they will continue doing that until Donald Trump realizes that there are laws in this country to 200 years democracy. And he has to comply with that. There are balance of power, there are institutions, there is a Congress, there is a House of Representatives, a Senate, judges, Supreme Court, civil society, independent media, after all. And all of those institutions hopefully will restrict this brutal fascist type of government that Donald Trump tries to impose here.
Should we foresee any restrictions on ICE operations now? Because the Democrats will want to take opportunity of the polls upcoming.
Absolutely. I hope so. I hope that there are reasonable minds in the Republican Party and in the government, and they will do the right thing, and they will restrict ICE from the violence they have committed for so many months now. Yes, they have the power to do that, and they should do that. They should limit this illegal. It's anti-constitutional what ICE does, by the way. And the law is very clear. The judges will pronounce, and they did already, several of them did pronounce that what ICE is doing is illegal, anti-constitutional. That must stop. Otherwise, there will be no peace, and not only in Minneapolis, but anywhere else in the United States, hopefully.
All right, sure. Professor, thank you very much for joining us and for sharing your perspectives with us. And we now move on, viewers. China has approved DeepSeek, a top local artificial intelligence startup, to purchase NVIDIA's H200 AI chips, although the regulatory conditions for the deal are still being finalized. According to sources familiar with the matter, China's approval covers other major tech companies, including ByteDance, Alibaba, and Tencent, which have also received a permission to buy a combined 400,000 H200 chips. However, the conditions surrounding these transactions are still under discussion by China's state planner, the National Development and Reform Commission. The H200, which is NVIDIA's second most powerful AI chip, has become a flashpoint in the escalating US-China tension over technology and AI. Despite US approval for the export of the chips to China, Beijing has been hesitant to grant full import permissions. And now this move could also draw scrutiny from US lawmakers with concerns about DeepSeek's possible connections to the Chinese military, particularly after allegations that NVIDIA aided DeepSeek in developing AI models latest by military application. Now, DeepSeek has gained attention for rolling out cost-effective AI models and is now expected to launch a new AI model, V4, in the middle of February. And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Kriti Mehta and you're watching the World Report on NewsX World. Let's start with a check of the top headlines this hour. US President Donald Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military actions and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness. In Europe, the European Union brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from European Union leaders that the region can't afford another war. The US President has declared a national emergency and warned of tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating trade tension. Thailand's reformist politician Nathan Phong emerges as frontrunner in polls ahead of the February vote, signaling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. After meeting with potential candidate Kevin Warsh, US President Trump confirmed he will reveal his pick for Fed chair tomorrow amid calls for rate cuts. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control of the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver and equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires reached through parts of rural Victoria. All right, our top focus continues to stay on Iran. Viewers, where now tension between the US and Iran are escalating as Tehran threatens to strike US bases and aircraft carriers if military action is taken against them. Iranian military spokesman Brigadier General Mohammad Akraminian emphasized that numerous US military bases in the Gulf region are within range of their medium-range missiles. This warning comes after US President Donald Trump issued stark statements to Tehran saying that time is running out for a nuclear deal. This threat follows the movement of the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier toward the region, further intensifying the military presence. Alright, joining me now in this discussion is Matti Zweig, who's a geopolitical expert and joins us from Tel Aviv. Matti, thank you very much for joining us. Firstly, the US is clearly moving its arsenal towards Iran, whether it's aircraft or the naval fleet. But this is also happening at a time when Trump is saying he doesn't want to use military. Should Khamenei actually sit with him and talk?
Well, as usual, and also in international politics today, and especially since Trump took the administration, everything is a mix of sticks and carrots. He's all the time, and at the same time, sometimes in the same phrase, telling that he's going to attack a country, and he's telling that he's going to be close to some political deal. He has done this with tariffs, with Denmark, with Greenland, with Gaza, with everything, and also with Iran. He's doing exactly the same, but this time is different because the quantity of arsenal, as you say, and the quantity of important warships and the important readiness of all the dozens of bases in all the Middle East and around, it's such an amount of readiness that is really, I think, very close to some preemptive attack in some sensitive places that they are going to make the regime to agree to a big deal. And the big deal for Trump and for the world also is to make them make concessions about their ballistics intercontinental missiles program and also about their nuclear program. And of course, a way of making the world watch as there is a sole person that is really in charge of the world today in the way that Donald Trump talks, that is the US. So all the considerations together are making these threats. If these threats are going to be converted in some kind of a mini war or war, is something that we have still to see. But in this case, with the regime in Iran, this brutal and oppressive regime that is killing people for thousands, I mean, you have to understand, if they don't care about killing people by thousands of their own people without any difference between a person that is opposing some economic deals or some things that is happening, a normal protester, and everyone is labeled as a terrorist and everyone is going to be killed. This is a regime that has no exit. They must completely change their way they are doing things and in 180 degrees. And this is something that is not happening now. And I think what is going to happen, it's many limited use of force by the US with some answer what they can do now in their fragile situation from the regime in Iran. And maybe they are going to start some movements that Trump wants to start as a regime change, which is local divisions. I mean, if the Baluchis or the Kurds are going to start taking the arms by themselves and trying to make separatist movements to not to be under this regime, so it's something that is going to start something, a movement that is not going to stop until it ends as in Syria. And this is the hope, I think, for Trump, for not to put boots on the ground. That is something that clearly he doesn't want to do.
Do you foresee a regime change in Iran? Is that a possibility? Like how we saw in Venezuela?
Well, they have been there for 50 years almost. So I think in the past they couldn't do it. And we saw kind of protests that they were economical protests or because of the rights of the women to spread their hair or things like this. This is something that it was limited and it was repressed, and the regime continued. In this moment, with such deep economical problems that they were caused by themselves first, because they have been years investing and spreading terror in other countries instead of investing all these billions and billions of dollars in their own country. And now they don't have enough water, they don't have enough electricity, they don't have enough means to produce food for everybody. So now we are not talking about only some middle-class protesters. We are talking about the spreading protest of everybody against a regime that has completely failed in every front. So I think it's going to be a regime change. The question is if it's going to be internal or external, or only Trump and the others are going to help this change, but some change is going to be, and very soon.
Meanwhile, we are also picking up reports of protesters also being doctors being attacked for treating protesters there in Iran. How bad really is the situation on ground?
From what we know, and from also all kind of secret information that all the security organisms have in their hand, especially from the US, Israel, and other countries. Everything that the regime has been saying, that about 6,500 has been killed, if they say this and they admit this, it's because the situation is over 20,000 dead. And they continue to do it. They have, the local policemen, they have received orders to just shoot on everybody. And this has never been in the history a solution for nothing except for more and more violence from now and the future and more dead. So they cannot continue in this way because they cannot stabilize the country. They cannot continue producing. They cannot continue to have a normal way of life as they understand that they must be their normal way of life as a oppressive regime of their own people. So things are going to change in a big way, I think, in the next 2 weeks.
All right, stay on with us, Matty. There are some more developments. Now, the US has expressed support for the European Union's decision also to designate Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps as a terrorist organization. The US State Department stated that the IRGC serves as the Iranian government's primary tool for spreading terror both inside and outside Iran. The US had already classified the IRGC as a terrorist entity in 2019, citing its role in financing and promoting terrorism. This move by the European Union, according to the State Department, strengthens global efforts to hold Iran accountable for its destabilizing activities. Meanwhile, Citigroup has noted that US and Israeli actions against Iran are likely to remain limited as both nations avoid escalation while pressuring Tehran over its nuclear program. All right. Matty requested to join us back. Of course, Trump has voiced support to European Union over IRGC. In fact, first such instance in recent times when Trump, the US and European Union are on the same page, right? But talking specifically of Iran, what should happen to Iran? What will be left of Iran if US strikes? Should we see the country dwindling to chaos? Is there going to be Khamenei still in power but moderate policies? Should we see a move to democracy? What are the possible scenarios?
Well, a move to democracy now, I don't think that is going to be very fast, even if there is a regime change, because the roots, the rotten roots of this regime are so deep that they have corrupted big parts of all the society. And this is also multiracial and multi-religious country that has been oppressed only by the Shiites clerics and their helpers. So this is going to be a mighty change that is going to lead to a different government that also is going to explode in some moment, or directly to chaos, because a chaos in a Syria style. And I don't know if they are going to change everything in 12 days that they did in Syria. I don't think so. But it's going to start, as I said before, in regions like Balochistan, like Kurds, like, I don't know, Lors, Azeris, Afghans, I don't know. In a lot of places, there are so many oppressed people and minorities that this is going to start by regions and it's going to get run. And in some way, they have to change completely their past, because the world cannot go back to the situation before the protest started. We are not talking about some, the world is very hypocritical. They look to the other side when you have a country like Afghanistan forbidden women to go to school, like they did formally now this week. I mean, they did it all the time, but now this week they say formally that they are not allowed to learn in the school. They look to the other side, don't do anything, because there are not protests. So there is not another focus of tension and conflicts, and they don't have to invest money against this. But here, all is connected also with the economical development of Iran, with the help of Russia and his wars, to the help of oil to China, and also to the commitment of this regime to continue spreading terrorism in the world. And when I say terrorism, I'm not talking only anti-Israel or anti-US, but anti a lot of things. You can also see what happened with Iranians going inside Venezuela and doing the mess they have been doing together with other superpowers. So it's in the interest of everybody that this regime will change soon. In which way it's going to change, we are going to see, I think, in the next 2 weeks, as I said before. And why do I say 2 weeks? Because even if they start tomorrow a war, nothing less than 2 weeks is going to change anything for the quantity and the size of the country and all the different interests they have. And also they have some protocols of continue fighting or throwing missiles, even if the central government is disconnected, is something that is in the modern wars. And they are going to implement it now with the new technologies. But anyway, I don't think they can continue in the way they are doing now. This time, I think the regime is not going to win, or not in the way they did it in the past.
But anyway, what happens if Iran decides to lay mines in the Gulf or retaliate to US attack, if that happens, and the regional powers as well?
They can retaliate, okay? And what happened now in Europe, that they say IRGC are a terrorist group, is not going to change big time, because they were, in surveillance, and they were looking at them and what they do, and they trying to kill opposition people in the US. On the Europe, they are going to continue doing that with this label of terrorism or not. But what is happening inside is what is really important. And if this is going to be an additional push of the US attacking sensitive military places all over Iran, this is going maybe to encourage a lot of people to take the weapons in their hands and to start trying to do a regime change.
Okay. All right, Matty, thank you very much for your comments and for joining us here at Newsx World. And we move ahead now, viewers. South Korea and Japan have agreed to upgrade their defense cooperation, which it reportedly includes working together on advancing artificial intelligence and unmanned weapon systems. The defense ministers of both countries have met in the Yokosuka city of Japan, and they have agreed to conduct joint naval search and rescue drills. This is a significant step as the two nations have recently strengthened political ties under Japan's new leadership. Experts say that the two countries, both of which are US allies, are looking to move past the historical tension. Traditionally, the defense ministers have discussed collaboration to ensure stability in the region while also maintaining strong defense ties with the United States. Collins Chong-Yu-Keat, Foreign Affairs, Security and Strategy Analyst from Kuala Lumpur, joins me in this discussion. Collins, thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you.
Should South Korea and Japan strengthening defense cooperation, and especially at a time when Japan has increased its defense spending, be a worry for China?
Definitely, we have seen how the different threat setting both share similar challenges and risks in the region. Of course, also from the same threat targets from Beijing, from Pyongyang. This is an increased urgency for both powers in terms of synergizing the capacities for defense and security measures, and in terms of operational capacities, interoperability and capabilities by both sides. This is also in line with the push by the Trump administration, by Washington also, to make sure that both powers, both are allies, to strengthen their own bilateral security cooperation. And this is certainly in line with that call. And since we have seen this momentum gaining steam since the Biden administration with Camp David back, and yet this is the strategic timeline for both to show this strong narrative and messaging to Beijing that despite overtures by South Korea and despite the moves by other powers to strengthen their own friend-sharing efforts, the resilience by both Seoul and Tokyo to showcase enough defense security capacities, and also being meant as a message also to Washington that both are now ready to elevate their own security cooperation. And of course, and this is a welcome move to encourage deeper security support from Washington, and both have been deeply aligned and integrated with the security umbrella of the US. And once systems are getting more capable and effective and efficient in terms of interoperability, this will spell greater positive deterrent efforts. Certainly a signal to Beijing, certainly also a signal to Pyongyang, despite concurrent parallel efforts to reset ties with both Beijing and Pyongyang. But this is a welcome move, and definitely will set a greater precedent and confidence building measure to the entire region. Kriti.
All right, Collins, thanks for your assessment. We're now going to move on and requested to stay on. Now, viewers, Thailand's Progressive People's Party leader Nathaphong Ruanganaut continues to lead opinion polls, highlighting the stiff challenge facing Prime Minister Anutin Charnvirakul's bid to stay in power ahead of election on February 8. February's vote has settled into a three-way race between Anutin's conservative Bhumjai Thai Party, the former ruling Pheu Thai Party, and the Reformist People's Party. According to a poll published by Suan Dusut University, Nathaphong is backed by a 35.1% of respondents, with Anutin coming in third with 16.1%, behind Pheu Thai's candidate for Prime Minister Yoshanan Wongsawat at 21.5%. Anutin called a snap election on December 12 after less than 100 days as premier during a chaotic parliamentary session that could have led to a no confidence vote and the collapse of his fragile minority government. All right, request Collins to join us back in the discussion here. Collins, what can we expect in Thailand should Nathaphong come to power?
Yes, we have seen how his popularity has surged, and this is also being seen as a signal, reflection of this deep fatigue among voters with this structural conventional status quo in terms of military bureaucratic governance. And we have seen how structural weaknesses in terms of economic stagnation, cost of living, risks, and this fatigue among voters, also the generation gap. And it's not a surprise to see his popularity now. And of course, we have seen how the surge of this demographic advantage also for him and his party. Young and urban voters they are no longer being confined to this
conventional call for democracy and freedom, but also they are demanding at the same time the need for greater effective governance in terms of improving the cost of living, and of course also the economic dignity of the people in Thailand. So, and this must be in parallel. It cannot be at the expense of the other. So, what at the same time, the call for freedom and democracy and the respect for human rights have been paramount, but also at the same time the need for urgent reforms. And Natafong is seen as a reformist in this cycle, in this prospect. And of course, we've seen how this call by the new generations to have these tangible, positive effects that can be felt on the ground, that can resonate with the people, especially the young people, in terms of cost of living, in terms of job opportunities and all that. So hence we have seen the rise of Natafong as opposed to the conventional old school approaches by Anutin. So and of course we might see some also attempts to reform the institutional frameworks in terms of the independence of the judiciary, in terms of tackling bureaucratic slowdown, and of course the influence of the military, and this will have an interesting couple of years ahead.
Now, Collins, this is also happening, the snap pose at a time when, of course, Thailand was in a conflict with Cambodia. Of course, that saw a resolution, but that is also a crucial concern in the country. Do you think Natafong is in a position to address that and the border issue, and what plan could he have to tackle that?
Well, we won't see any kind of dramatic shifts in that position. We have seen how Anutin has been riding high on the back of this improved support and sentiments of the people in Thailand, in terms of the nationalist sentiments and the need and the push for greater efforts to safeguard and maintain the territorial integrity and sovereignty and national interests of Thailand. And Anutin has been doing that for the past couple of months now to great effects, and he has now been riding high on the support from the people. But of course, Natafong also is being considered as a rookie in this framework, and but we should not dismiss the generational gap and demands, and that of course he has not been tried and tested in the avenue of managing conflicts, especially in defending the core interests and the security interests and the sovereignty of Thailand as a whole with regards to the conflict with Cambodia. But I don't foresee that is going to be the main deciding factor in this election, and we will see in the next couple of days whether Anutin can ride on this long-held sentiment against the backdrop of this dwindling economic positive effects, and also amidst all this multifactorial factor in terms of how Anutin will try to tackle these systemic challenges and to present himself as as a reformist, as compared to Natafong. So we'll see some bit of attack risk, but seeing how this has gone for now, and it remains to be seen whether Natafong can also ride on his new image and perception as a reformist, especially among the different demographic groups and the urban-rural divide also.
All right, Colin, stay on. Once again, now moving ahead, viewers, let's give you some more details that are coming up as far as DeepSeek and NVIDIA's partnership is concerned. Now, China has granted approval to DeepSeek, its top AI startup, to purchase NVIDIA's H200 artificial intelligence chips. Though the regulatory conditions are still being finalized. The approval extends to major Chinese tech giants ByteDance, Alibaba and Tencent, with a total of over 400,000 chips expected to be bought. However, NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang has yet to confirm these reports. While China's Ministry of Industry and Information Technology and the National Development and Reform Commission have authorized the deal, they are still deciding the conditions for the purchase. The purchase of H200 chips, which are seen as critical for AI development, continues to be a flashpoint in the ongoing US-China tech rivalry. All right, Collins, thanks for joining me once again. Now, let's take our minds to the fact that US has allowed the H200 chips to China on the condition that it doesn't use it for military purposes. That, of course, is not yet clear as of now, but if H200 chips are used for DeepSeek, it might as well be used for military purposes against against the US's, condition.
Well, I do see that happening. We have seen how, definitely, the checks have been done, and the concerns have been also addressed. This is more about the, the reflection of the pressure that China is facing now in terms of the tech sanctions and restrictions. And of course, DeepSeek and other Chinese tech firms are in dire need of the capacities and the different capabilities of the chips of NVIDIA especially. And it is all about, controlling domestic AI acceleration, and the access to these chips are then, of course, allowed, but of course, it will be done under greater scrutiny and political supervision by Beijing. And of course, also we have seen how the concerns have been raised also as to the access and the possibilities of these chips being used against the interests of the US. But we have seen how the continuation of the tax sanctions in place, especially by the Trump administration, but there have been pockets of some leeways, some openings being given in terms of ensuring that China still retains some of the access to these chips to develop their own AI capacities. But of course, I don't see any spillover effects in terms of that being used to enhance the military capacities of China, and that in a way that will harm the long-term interests of the US. And if that is so, then this purchase would not materialize in the first place.
All right, Collins, thanks very much. We'd leave it at that. And we move on now, viewers. Melania Trump has premiered a new documentary that provides an exclusive look into her life as the wife of a president making a political comeback. The premiere event took place at the newly renamed Trump Kennedy Center in Washington, where Melania, alongside her husband, US President Donald Trump, discussed the film's raw and emotional narrative. This is what Melania, the heroine of the documentary, commented. Listen in.
It's my life. So you will see everything, a lot of emotions, from celebration to sadness to celebration of course, inauguration, to humor and family. So I hope you enjoy it.
What message were you trying to send with that last scene?
He was not involved. You will see he's in the film, but it's my life. So communication with us, and when we travel, when we spending time, or when I work, but it's more focused on my work than his.
The documentary, backed by a significant multi-million-dollar deal with Amazon, promises to offer viewers an emotional and personal perspective on the Trump family's journey back to power. Listen in to prominent political figures like the U.S. House Speaker and the U.S. Special Envoy to the Middle East at the premiere.
Well, historically it's been an important role. Melania, the First Lady, is a very intelligent person with a great life story, an inspiring life story. And she has a lot to share. She knows a lot about, for example, the threats of socialism and communism and things she's seen in her life and experienced. And I don't know how much of that will be reflected in the film, but she has a lot to say about a lot of things. I think the more she speaks, the better. I think she's a great model for young women, and she handles the criticism in stride, and that's a good example.
I think he relies on her opinions and her support. It's very valuable to him. And I think, look, I love to hear what she has to say. She's a very bright woman, and most importantly, she's a great human being. She cares about helping people.
And that's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
in the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I am Ellie Richardson and you are watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness. In Europe, the EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region can't afford another war. The US president has declared a national emergency and warned of tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating trade tensions. Thailand's reformist politician Natharopayong emerges as front-runner in polls ahead of the February vote, signalling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. After meeting with potential candidate Kevin Warsh, US President Trump confirmed he will reveal his pick for Fed chair tomorrow amid calls for a rate cut. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver and equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of discrediting Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. And for your top story this hour, a US missile destroyer docked at Israel's southern Red Sea port city of Eilat. Israel's military say the arrival was pre-planned and part of ongoing cooperation between the Israeli and US armed forces. The docking comes as Washington moves more military assets into the Middle East, boosting both firepower and defensive capabilities. US officials say the build-up gives President Donald Trump added military options, including potential action against Iran, amid growing regional tensions. While American warships frequently operated in the Red Sea, their arrival at Israel's Eilat port is considered rare. We are now being joined by Nilüfer Ara, who is an Iranian woman and human rights activist in Turkey. Thank you so much for joining us here on NewsX World today. What message does the arrival of the US warship send about American support for Israel and the deterrence against Iran, and how might Tehran interpret it?
First of all, hi. Second of all, the message is that US is gonna stay with Israel. The first and the last message is this to Iran and to Tehran. And this is just a strategic point of view of mine, but this was pre-planned and they were going to do this, and they already said it that we are going to do this. So this is not a threat or something else like that. But, Iran or Tehran or the politicians of Iran, they might take this as a threat because they had already threatened the United States of America and Israel and some other countries that they are ready to throw at least 1,000 drones. And they have bragged about their military capabilities. So I think this is an answer to them. And this says that U.S. is gonna always stay with Israel and the people of Iran, and they are ready for the war. But I don't think that this war is going to happen. Also, you should know that the Red Sea and the Persian Gulf is a really important geographic is like important geographic point of the Middle East. So they sent their military over there to protect everyone, and that's it.
Do you think an increased US naval presence in the Red Sea will it help prevent escalation, or do you think it risks provoking military response from Iran?
I think it will help them not attack. And honestly, because my father is from RIB and they are connected with IRGC, I know these guys. I know their mentality. I know their point of views. So they needed to be threatened. This is their only way, and Trump has the right to do this, actually.
And how should regional players and global powers balance military readiness with diplomatic efforts to avoid a wider conflict in the Middle East?
I mean, this was just a revolution, and then it was like headed to a war, like an inside war in the country, in our country. And then when the people of Iran asked Trump or asked Netanyahu to attack them, all of a sudden it turned to a global issue. So for right now, for this kind of crisis, I really don't know who should like interfere or anything like this. But like I just know one thing, that President Trump or like Mr. Netanyahu is gonna do something and is gonna benefit everyone.
And do you think should Israel balance regular joint operations with the US against the need to provoke neighboring countries?
I feel like sometimes yes, especially for Iran, because they keep threatening that they have nuclear weapons. And this is not just a threat to USA or Israel. This is a threat to all of us, to all of the humanity. Because as far as I know, the people in IRGC, if they get angry over something little, they might throw these nuclear bombs around the world, and they might like attack humanity. So these kind of things are needed to be done in order of the safety of the people of the world, not only the Israel people or like the United States people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Thank you, Niloufer. Don't go too far, as we will come back to you in just a moment. The Syrian government and the Kurdish-led group, the Syrian Democratic Forces, have said that they have agreed to a comprehensive ceasefire and have phased integration of military and administrative bodies into the Syrian state under a broad deal. Under the agreement, forces that have amassed on front lines in the country's north would pull back, and Interior Ministry security forces will deploy to the centres of the cities of Hasaka and Qamishli in the northeast. Both are currently held by the SDF, and the local security forces will be merged. This comes after the Syrian government forces under President Ahmad al-Shara captured swaths of northern and eastern Syria from the SDF and forcing the Kurdish forces to retreat into a shrinking enclave. We are now being joined again by Niloufer. Thank you so much for joining back with us. What does the possible change in date or location of the next US mediated talks say about the state? What does this ceasefire of the SDF integration mean for Syria's future and unity?
Okay, first of all, let's see something here. The Kurdish people near the Syria and Turkey were always trying to have their own land and own country, right? Especially one of the terrorist parts named PKK. They were all against Turkey, and they were all against Iraq or like against Syria all the time, and they were like saying that we want our own land, which I think they are wrong. This is their land. They are part of Turkey or part of anywhere that they are from. But at this point, this is just a waste dream because this is not going to happen anymore, and this will benefit everyone. This will benefit United States, Turkey, Iraq, everyone. So as far as I see this matter, as a matter of fact, this was the right thing to be done because they need to be controlled by some people, and this is a better way for United States to control them from attacking anyone else or from attacking any country or anyone else.
And can bringing the Kurdish-led forces into the government really end years of fighting, or could tensions continue?
I mean, like this kind of fightings, I think it will continue for years because they're not going to stop or what they think, because they think that they owe a land, which this is like I mean. If I want to say really the truth, we have a lot of regimes, we have a lot of people. For example, I am Fars. In Iran, we have different people like Fars, Turk, Baluch, Lor. They don't come and say, we want our own land. Because Iran is their land. Iran is my land. And it doesn't matter that where are we from? We are all Iranians. But they don't think like that. They don't think that, okay, they are Turkish too. The first thing that it comes to their mind is that, no, we are Kurdish, we want our own land. So I think these fights will keep continued.
And what challenges remain in ensuring the ceasefire holds and that Kurdish civil and educational rights are protected as part of this deal?
Actually, I don't know about this, so I'm not going to have any comments upon this. Because if I give you anything further, it will be a wrong information or a wrong opinion.
Okay, no worries. And do you think long term that this is something that will benefit everyone? Do you think it is going to be a long-term solution, or do you think this is a short-term situation?
This is a short-term situation. The long-term is that, I mean, like, maybe they should start to negotiate with them again and try to make them understand some humanity things. But if they don't understand, then they should do something else.
Thank you so much for joining us here on NewsX World today. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky says the next round of US-mediated peace talks with Russia may be delayed or moved. The meeting had been planned for 1st of February in Abu Dhabi, but Zelensky says the timing is now uncertain. Meanwhile, the US Secretary of State Marco Rubio says Washington's top envoys will not attend the next round. Zelensky also said that negotiators have failed to reach a compromise on control of Ukraine's Donetsk region. He adds Ukraine will stop striking Russian energy targets if Moscow does the same. And Zelensky added Russia has halted prisoner of war exchanges with no swaps since October. We are now being joined by Glenn Grant, who is an ex-advisor to Defence Minister of Ukraine and geopolitical commentator. Thank you so much for joining us here today on NewsX World.
Yeah, thank you.
What does the possible change of date and location of the next US-mediated talks say about the state of the Ukraine and Russia diplomacy?
Well, basically, it says that nothing is happening, but we knew this. the pressure for compromise for Ukraine is all coming from US because Donald Trump obviously he wants a distraction from Epstein, and he wants a victory to say he's solved another war, but he's not putting any pressure on Russia at all, and Ukraine is willing to compromise a long way, but it's not willing to give up land. And so with both sides, with Russia demanding that land and Ukraine not willing to give it up, there's absolutely no chance of any progress forward but just fighting to win the war on one side.
And how important is the US mediation in keeping the Ukraine-Russia talks alive, and can it succeed if either side is unwilling to compromise?
Well, the answer to that is they're not keeping it alive. They're keeping it alive for America. They're keeping it alive for Donald Trump. And they're trying hard to persuade Ukraine to compromise. But then the US is not doing anything because, they're saying, unless you compromise, we won't give you security. Well, no leader in the world is going to accept that, especially from someone like Donald Trump, who's actually shown himself to be untrustworthy in his support of Ukraine. So we're not going to go anywhere. We're not going to go anywhere fast, I think, is the answer to that. But America, I suspect, under Rubio, will keep trying, and they'll keep trying and keep putting things into the air that kites that will not fly, I think, is the best description. Unless America gives substantial guarantees of support, i.e. joining NATO, don't expect much to happen in the near future.
How are disagreements over territory stopping progress in the peace talks?
Well, I mean, they are the complete block on progress. Zelensky cannot give up the land. It's quite clear that if he does that, there will be another Maidan, another upsurge of national unrest, and he will be removed and someone else will be put in. And he can't afford that because he'll end up in prison, and he knows that. So he's got to stay stubborn and just say, we're not going to give up anything. And the country doesn't want to give up anything. On the other side, Putin has staked his claim for this. And if he suddenly compromises and he can't find a way to compromise, then he's going to be seen as being weak. But let's be clear about it. Putin does not want to compromise. Putin wants this, and he wants to keep going. He said so. He wants more of Europe. He wants the old Soviet Union back. And frankly, he thinks he's winning. And when you look at some of the political things that are happening, you can see he has some feelings of justification. I mean, he's got Donald Trump in his pocket. He's got the Hungarian boss in his pocket, and quite a lot of other politicians, and a lot of weak European politicians as well.
Could stalled prisoner exchanges and lack of trust on humanitarian issues reflect deeper challenges that go beyond battlefield negotiations and complicate any peace deal?
I don't think that the prisoner exchanges are even part of the peace deal. I mean, they're a sideshow, and they're a sideshow because they're useful for both sides. Russia needs all the skilled people that it can get, and anybody who's been on the Ukraine side or who's fought first is going to be useful, because the turnover of Russian soldiers is so high that any soldier coming back who's got a modicum of skill is likely to be, promoted fairly quickly and put back into the line. For Ukrainians, it's a human rights matter. The Ukrainians want their people back. They want their bodies back, and they're going to keep pushing to try and get Russia to release them. And Russia doesn't want to keep them because it costs them money and energy and time to keep prisoners. So it's far easier to get rid of them. But I don't see that these things are going to affect the peace deal at all. And you mentioned trust. There is no trust. Let's be quite clear. The Ukrainians cannot trust Russians who are both torturing, even castrating prisoners before they send them back. And if you're torturing and starving prisoners, then you can't trust a country like that in any way, shape or form.
What signals does the timing of these renewed attacks on Ukraine, on trains and on energy power grids, what message does that send to the international mediators and potential supporters of this peace deal about the next round of discussions?
I don't think there's any thought in the Russian minds about negotiations and peace deals and anything else at all when they're doing this. Because Russia doesn't care. You have to understand, Russia has no desire to care about what anybody else is doing, except they want it to stop. That's all. They want support to stop. So what they're doing is focused completely and utterly on Ukraine. It's showing Ukraine that they are vulnerable. It's showing Ukrainians that Russia is going to win. It's showing Ukrainians that Russia has got better technology. And the better technology is the main thing. They are identifying different and better ways of attacking Ukraine in depth, of attacking civilians, and they're doing so. So that's the main focus for the Russians, is killing Ukrainians, as many as possible, as quickly as possible, to force them to surrender. That's not a timing thing per se. It's about when new technology becomes available to them, they use it as quickly as possible to put the pressure on Ukraine.
And how far away do you think we are from any start to a peace deal?
Oh, we're not. There's not going to be a peace deal. You have to understand this. This is an existential war, and therefore a national war. It's a fight to the death. There's no peace deal coming. It's not going to happen. Ukraine is going to keep fighting. Russia is going to keep fighting until one side collapses. Russia economically, possibly. Ukraine, possibly just running out of manpower. But I don't think either side it's going to happen for a long time yet. So I think we may be 2, 3, even 4 years away still from a collapse on one side. Having said that, Russia could collapse tomorrow because that's the way Russia is.
Thank you so much, Glenn Grant, for joining us here on NewsX World. Taiwan has completed the first underwater sea trial of its first domestically built submarine. The vessel, named Narwhal, carried out a shallow water submerged test off the southern port of Kushan. The trial marks a major step in Taiwan's push to strengthen deterrence against China's navy and protect key sea lanes in any conflict. The submarine is part of an indigenous program aimed at building up to 8 vessels, despite delays and political pressure from Beijing. The project has drawn on technology and expertise from the United States and Britain. The submarine will use a US-made combat system and carry Mark 48 heavyweight torpedoes. Taiwan says it hopes to deploy at least 2 of the new submarines by 2027 as it modernizes its forces for asymmetric warfare against a far larger Chinese military. The Pentagon is at odds with artificial intelligence developer Anthropic over safeguards that would prevent the government from deploying its technology to target weapons autonomously and conduct US domestic surveillance. Anthropic has stated that its AI is extensively used for the national security missions by the US government and that they are in productive discussions with the Department of War about ways to continue that work. The San Francisco-based startup is preparing for an eventful public offering as it also has spent significant resources courting US national security businesses and sought an active role in shaping government AI policy. However, Anthropic is one of the few major AI developers that were awarded contracts by the Pentagon last year. Others were Alphabet's Google, Elon Musk's XAI, and OpenAI. That's all we have time for this hour. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reforms, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with US a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
First thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Our joint neighbor, we are also closely following the process of establishing the new government following the elections for the parliament. With my distinguished counterpart, we also talked about the security and stability of Iraq, and we underlined the importance of this for our countries and for the region. And we have a will and determination to work closely with the new Iraqi government. Distinguished members of the press, Turkey and Iran are two important actors of the current geography that we are existing in. And in this framework, the continuation of the contacts is not just important for our bilateral relations, but for also the regional security and welfare. I would like to thank my distinguished friend, Foreign Minister Arakci, for this visit and for his contributions. And following this visit, our president is also going to receive Foreign Minister Arakci. And once again, I would like to say welcome to our country and to Istanbul. The floor is yours, Mr. Minister. In the name of God, the merciful and the beneficiary, I would like to greet all of the members of the press, and first and foremost, I would like to thank distinguished brother Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan for inviting me and for his hospitality and the warm interest that he has extended to me and to the accompanying delegation. We had very productive negotiations. We talked about various different topics, about various challenges, had exchanges of opinion both in relation to bilateral relations, regional issues, and international issues. Iran and Turkey are both neighbors and friends. And in dire days and in good days, we have always sided with each other. The relations between the two countries throughout history have always been brotherly and in a friendly manner, especially in the recent times when the Zionist regime attacked the rights of the Iranian people, and also during the recent terrorist attacks that we experienced in January. Apart from outside our country, this was actually governed and well opinion indeed. And likewise, in this manner, on behalf of the Iranian government, I would like to thank the whole country, the government of Turkey, to the president and to Minister Hakan Fidan. And I would also like to thank my counterpart for expressing his wishes for condolences on the lives lost during these events in Iran. We agree as both countries, both the events that are taking place in our region that are actually because of the illegitimate interventions of some outside forces. Israel regime is actually implementing some conspiracy theories and is trying to weaken the countries of the region so that there is a warfare so that they can reach their own wishes and targets. We agree with my counterpart. The Zionist regime has the intention of creating a war which is never ending, and they want to manage and govern the whole region. This is a very important threat, and this is something which all the countries of the region see clearly. In order to fight against this common threat, unfortunately, they are receiving the unlimited support of the American government, and some Western countries are also supporting them. And vis-a-vis this attack, the countries of the region and Islamic countries should be more careful. When we had deliberations with my distinguished counterpart, Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan, we talked about all the tension in our region and the destructive effect of this in our region. We believe that all the countries of the region and the safety of all these countries is the safety of the whole region. The fact that one country enters a war is going to create such a threat for the countries of all of our region, and it is going to disrupt the stability and security, and we're against all such interventions. And the plans of the Zionist regime should be what we are targeting of, and we will be welcome to participate in any countermeasures to these plans. To protect the national interest and also the regional security is our priority as Iran, and we never accept any dictation. And our previous experience has always shown that USA has never been loyal in the negotiations and has never shown any goodwill. But despite this, Iran is always ready to diplomatic processes that are based on common sense, on wisdom, on justice, taking into consideration our fundamental rights. The Islamic Republic of Iran once again is ready to sit down at the negotiation table pertaining to negotiation on nuclear arms. We never are in search of nuclear arms, and we never included this in our calculations for our own security and safety, and we have always defended that our nuclear initiatives have always been peaceful, and we are still at the same point, standing on the same position. Our nuclear activities have always been peaceful, and we never have been in search of nuclear arms. If these negotiations are based on mutual interest, mutual respect, and mutual trust, then we are ready to continue these negotiations. And if these negotiations are conducted in a just manner, with conscience, the Islamic Republic of Iran is always ready to participate in these negotiations and in this dialogue. To the government of Turkey, we do believe that their approach to find regional solutions to regional problems is the correct approach, and we are supporting this to protect the interest of our region. And we are always supporting any dialogue, any negotiation to establish peace amongst the countries of the region, so that the tension is reduced, so that stability is achieved, and we're always supporting all negotiations and would like to be a part of these negotiations. Regional ownership logic is the basis. With my distinguished friend and counterpart, Minister Hakan Fidan, we talked about Gaza, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, and the other problems. My counterpart has already mentioned our initiatives on this. We are supporting territorial integrity in Syria, and we want to see the end of the occupation of the Zionist regime. And we believe that the government should be established and strengthened with the participation of all units in Syria, all citizens of Syria. We want the stability and unity of Syria, and we believe that the stability of Syria is going to provide stability for the region. Likewise, in Iraq, in the recent elections, the wishes of the Iraqi people should be also taken into consideration. For a just election, the Iraqi people have participated with a high participation rate, and we would like to congratulate the Iraqi people for achieving this. And we are against any kind of oppression that is going to violate their choice. In relation to Lebanon, we believe that amongst all the groups, there has to be a national dialogue established. And the Lebanese security strategy doctrine, this should be the decision of the Lebanese people. We are also supporting the outcome of this dialogue, and whatever the result of that dialogue, we are siding with this. Also in Palestine and Gaza, we want the genocide to end as soon as possible, and humanitarian assistance to be provided to the people of Gaza. We would like to thank the Turkish government for their initiative in the establishment of peace in Gaza. They have really worked hard to achieve this. And also especially President Erdogan and Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. We are grateful for their efforts because they have always exhibited a very constructive approach on this aspect. And we support any type of participation of Turkey, which is important for peace and stability of our region. And we are supporting their...
Hello and welcome. I'm Asuma Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News 6 World. We just heard Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi and Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan address a joint press conference in Turkey. Let's now discuss it further. Joining us now is Mr. Mohammed Osman. He's a Middle East expert, joins us live from Cairo. Thank you very much, Mr. Osman, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, what does this timing suggest of Iranian, foreign minister's visit to Turkey, and how can they lead these talks to further diplomatic talks with U.S.?
Thank you for having me, Asuma. What a pleasure to be with you as usual. It seems that that Turkey is playing a very prominent role as of late in attempts to mediate between the United States and Iran in order to push the situation towards some sort of de-escalation. And of course, Turkey, in addition to countries like Saudi Arabia, like Oman, Egypt, and Qatar, and beyond the Arab and the Arab region and the Middle East, of course, Russia also plays a role. All of these powers and all of these actors are attempting to de-escalate the situation and are attempting to find some grounds for negotiations and dialogue between the United States and Iran. It seems, according to reports, that Turkey had even much more ambitious ideas in this regard. Turkey was urging the Iranians to be more flexible, and also they advised the Iranians reportedly to offer the Americans, promise the Americans more flexibility on the nuclear issue, and also offered President Trump and the Trump administration lucrative opportunities in Iran's very promising oil sector, which is basically suffering under Western sanctions at this point. However, of course, these measures and these efforts by regional and international actors, I believe, are close to futile at this point, because unfortunately, the United States and Iran, due to the rigidity of both powers or both parties, are beyond finding a common ground for negotiations given the current circumstances. The United States is placing forward a formula for basically the surrender of Iran, not really a sound ground for negotiations. They are asking for the suspension of enrichment, the turning over of the enriched uranium, the dismantlement of the missile program, and of course that Iran severs its relationship with its regional proxies. This is a formula for surrender. This is not a formula for negotiations. Negotiations means that an outcome will allow the Iranians to make concessions and make compromises while saving face at the same time. But basically, the Americans tend to humiliate Iran without giving them any guarantees in return that will ensure the regime's survivability of sorts. And on the other hand, the Iranians are being completely unrealistic about what to expect from these negotiations. They act as if they are the peers and the equals of the Americans. And of course, this is not the case at all. The United States is a massive superpower. Iran is merely a regional power that is suffering under an embargo and American sanctions and even periodic attacks and military actions against its interests in the region. So as you can see, Asuma, they do believe that they can negotiate with the Americans on the premise of the 2015 deal. This will never happen. The Americans will never accept it. They will accept nothing short of neutralizing the nuclear threat of Iran, the idea that Iran can possess a nuclear weapon. And this requires Iran to present very serious concessions in the nuclear field. However, the United States, on the other hand, also has to be willing not to humiliate Iran and not to negotiate on things that fall within the realm of Iranian sovereignty, like its conventional missile program, for example. This is, in my opinion, off limits. Why would you try to limit their ability to develop legitimate conventional weapons, basically? So this is the problem, Asuma. So as long as this is the situation, we will be heading and edging more and more towards escalation and war, unfortunately, Asuma.
Right. So building on your answer, you mentioned that Iranians and US is of course not equal. I agree with you there, but Iranians are talking as if they are seeing eye to eye with US. So what will be the benefit for US to engage in talks with Iran right now?
I think that the United States should be the more responsible actor, Asuma, because in all cases,
yes,
any foreign aggression or act of aggression is unjustifiable under international law. What the United States is doing at the moment, this mobilization of military assets, the threat of the use of force, and maybe even the eventuality of the use of force, God forbid, in the coming days and weeks, this is a huge transgression of international law. And this basically supports the idea that we are not in a rules-based order anymore, that we are living in a state of anarchy where might makes right. And if that's the case, then of course this will open the door to more chaos in the region and in the world and in the region. And we are seeing that transpire, unfortunately. What the Americans have done with Venezuela, what's going on in Ukraine, between Russia and Ukraine, how China is acting. So basically all of the superpowers now will act in a very irresponsible way, since the United States is not exactly leading by example at the moment, Asuma. So the United States does have legitimate concerns with regards to Iran's nuclear program. These can be remedied through a political resolution, meaning that they might demand these massive concessions from Iran. However, they have to be in return for viable, meaningful guarantees, like lifting sanctions, like security guarantees that Iran will not be attacked again by Israel or the United States. These are all prerequisites for a workable deal at any given time. And that's the problem on the part of the United States. The United States is being maximalist about this. They believe that they can force Iran to surrender. And of course, you can see Israel written all over this policy, unfortunately, Asuma. Even though the United States is not really interested in regime change per se, it's not a priority for the United States. If anything, it could be a massive headache for the United States if the regime falls in Iran without a viable alternative. It will turn into chaos. So this is a major state, a pivot state in the Middle East and Central Asia. A collapse of the regime in there, in a country that is 1.6 million square kilometers big and houses or has about a population of over 92 million people. This will create a disaster for the region. And on the other hand, the Iranians have to be realistic, because as long as they are as delusional as they are now, they will get annihilated.
And one of the cards you mentioned in my first question is that oil sector, that Iran is willing to give more access to oil of theirs. Do you think Trump will buy into this? Do you think Trump administration does need more oil, as we know that it has in much more access than compared to last year, as we know what happened with Venezuela?
Yeah, this is a Turkish idea. Assume Iran never said that it's ready to do any of that.
Okay.
The Turks were thinking outside the box, thinking that this might attract Trump. But I don't think that's really possible. I think that the Turks are really pushing their luck with such unserious propositions, in my opinion. I believe that this is not a serious starting point. The issue is not economic, as you just said. The United States already has control over major portions of the world's oil, including its own. The U.S. is a major producer of oil. Venezuelan oil now basically is under de facto U.S. control, as we have seen the unfortunate events that happened in Venezuela, and we discussed it together on your program more than once, Asuma. So they do not really need Iranian oil at this point, and Middle Eastern oil for the United States. Really, the United States is not really that reliant on Middle Eastern oil in general. But however, they will be interested in controlling the oil markets in the world in general, so that they can control prices, so that they can have more leverage over Russia, for example, whose economy is very dependent on oil. And also at the same time, they can have a card by which they can blackmail China with. China is a net importer of oil. Most of its oil comes from the Middle East, including 15% from Iran, for example. So I think one of the main reasons behind the idea of subduing Iran and bringing Iran under control basically is part of the competition, part of it, one of its aspects, not the main aspect, but one of its aspects and dimensions is the China-US geopolitical competition for control and influence in the world at this point. And of course, this is a fight over resources. However, the Iranian issue does not really feature as a main factor in that. It's more of a geopolitical issue concerning the security of Israel and the insurance of Israeli and US, and of course, by consequence, US dominance and hegemony in the region. And unfortunately, Iran is failing to understand that at this point, and this could lead to military conflict if they do not deal with this in a more flexible way that can lead to a political settlement, Asuma.
Right. And now adding Turkish Foreign Minister to our conversation, he has called for US-Iran talks on nuclear program to restart. So what is the possibility of this, and how might that look like?
They have to change their positions, both of them, and starting with the Americans. The Americans cannot walk into these negotiations putting very unrealistic preconditions, like basically the dismantlement of the Iranian nuclear program, and also in addition to that, giving dimensions that are way beyond the nuclear issue, like the conventional ballistic missiles program, like the relations of Iran with its regional proxies. These are separate issues that need to be discussed separately. And I think that Iran might be more flexible with regards to the nuclear program and the idea of reducing the rate of enrichment, even in turning over the enriched uranium, in subjecting their own nuclear program to much more stringent oversight and scrutiny by international organizations like the International Atomic Energy Agency. However, I do not think that the Iranians can really go beyond that. The idea of completely dismantling the enrichment facilities is unrealistic, especially that most of them, or the major ones, were destroyed in the last war. So the idea that Iran still has the capability of enriching massive amounts of uranium that will allow it to develop a nuclear weapon do not really correspond to reality. And the Israelis and the Americans know that, and they admit that. However, they choose to pretend otherwise. They choose to pretend as if the Iranians are an imminent nuclear threat, and this is not true. Iran did not recover yet from the 12-day war. If anything, Iran is even struggling with its own domestic crisis right now. We have seen the wave of protests as of late that Iran has put down very violently and brutally. And with the ongoing economic conditions, they are in no shape to engage in any more adventurism. They will be much more focused on stabilizing the country and containing the collapsing economy. Their economy is in free fall. So the idea that Iran is an imminent threat, as the US and Israel are trying to say, is really far from the truth, Asuma. However, I do believe that what is being presented by the United States is not a serious proposition of negotiation or political settlement. It's an ultimatum. Either surrender to our demands, and we will call it a diplomatic negotiation, or we will go to war. This is a very dangerous formula, very counterproductive, and it might backfire in the face of the Americans and the Israelis, Asuma, because Iran will fight back.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Mohammed Osman for joining us and sharing that insight on this. Now, moving the focus to China, China is pushing back against comments from US President Donald Trump, who warned it was very dangerous for close ally Britain to deal with Beijing. Spokesperson Goh Jia-kun has said China is willing to strengthen cooperation with all countries, including Britain. He has stressed that Beijing supports engagement based on mutual benefit and what he called win-win results. The remarks underline growing diplomatic friction as Washington urges allies to limit ties with China while Beijing defends its global partnership. Now for this, we welcome Mr. Professor Georgi Toleraya. He's a professor at Russia Academy of Science. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us once again. Good to see you. Now, Professor, looking at this, how is this tactic working for US? As you know, it seems like it pushes away the allies and then wants it to choose them still over other countries in terms, particularly with US and UK and China now.
Well, I think it's rather ironic that on the one hand, President Trump himself is trying to make some deal with China and planning to visit it, and they have some kind of plans for some kind of cooperation. At the same time, he prohibits his allies to develop cooperation. Of course, Britain and European countries, they may be too late to turn to the East, but nevertheless, they're trying to do it. And I find it ironic that US is prohibiting them to do so. China, of course, doesn't like it, but I think that the European countries, including Britain, will have to follow the lead of the US in this case.
So why can't UK stand for itself? Why does this double standard always work for US?
Well, those whose power is right. That's the rule of the game today. And in fact, I'm reading now, I came across an old book, Godfather by Mario Puzo, for which the famous film was made. And when I read about how the Sicilian mafia in the US operates between itself, it gives a pretty good clue for the current situation, current international politics. Those who have the power is always right.
And how long will this rhetoric work for US?
Well, the practice have been there for many decades, but it was masked, it was decorated with some kind of liberal words and some kind of narrative, democratic narrative. Now it came into the open, and it was clear for everybody even before that. Now it's easier just not to have any illusions and to act in accordance with this real rules of the game, real laws of nature, which are now in force.
And what cards can China and UK play to counter this pressure by US, if any?
Well, China has its own trump cards. Sorry for this, using the word Trump in its direct meaning. So China has its own ability to withstand this pressure, and I think they will use it. It may be not that open, not be said directly, but China will also use its abilities, its capacity to pursue its own interests.
Thank you very much, Professor, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, staying in China, Beijing has vowed to take necessary measures to protect the interests of its companies following Panama's Supreme Court decision to annul contracts allowing Hong Kong-based CK Hutchison to operate key ports at the Panama Canal. Let's listen in.
相信你注意到，有关企业已经第一时间发表声明，表示该裁决有悖于巴拿马方面批准相关特许经营权的法律。 企业将保留包括诉讼法律程序在内的所有权利。中方将采取一切必要措施，坚决维护中方企业正当合法权益。
This ruling, which targets the laws supporting operations at the Balbao and Cristobal ports, comes a year after U.S. President Donald Trump's claims that China was controlling the vital waterway. CK Hutchison, through Panama Ports Company, has managed the port since the 1990s and was negotiating a $22.8 billion deal to sell its global port operations to a consortium led by U.S. investment firm BlackRock and China's Costco. While Panama has repeatedly rejected claims of Chinese control over the canal, the decision may disrupt the ongoing deal. Chinese officials have expressed their discontent, and Hong Kong has rejected the court's ruling, arguing it could harm Panamanian families dependent on the port. Now for this discussion, we welcome back Professor Georgi Toleraya. He's a professor at Russia Academy of Science, joins us live. Thank you very much, Professor, for joining us and staying with us. Now, what more can you tell us about this particular port in Panama?
Well, the Hutchinson Company has been chosen through what they said is a transparent and legal process, and they operated, and so it's obviously not the independent decision by the Panama government. It may look independent, and Panama says it operates Panama Channel by itself and will do so. But anyway, we can see that there's U.S. pressure in order to limit the Chinese influence, even if it's a Hong Kong company, still it's they see China behind it, to limit the Chinese influence and control of the strategic water artery.
Right. And this says that, you know, the reports show that it's been controlled since the 1990s. So why is suddenly U.S. alarmed by so many places where China has hold a foothold now for a long time?
The U.S. is trying hard to dismantle and to disrupt Chinese influence, Chinese control wherever it was, regardless of the legality of this control, regardless of how long it had been exercised. So they'll try to hurt China and to disrupt Chinese control any way possible, in every way where it's possible. We shouldn't doubt it.
And also, you know, they are trying to sell. Negotiating this deal to sell to consortium led by U.S. investment firm BlackRock and China's Costco. So at the end of the day, China is still involved. Why so?
BlackRock and other 3 or 4, 5 investment companies, they control all the big businesses. So whenever there is any globally, so whenever you see something which is of importance to the global economy, you sure will have these or other similar investment companies behind them. So there's nothing so much surprising.
All right. Thank you very much. With that, I'd like to thank Professor Georgi Toleraya for joining us today and sharing that insight throughout. Thank you very much. Now moving on to the Netherlands Consumer Protection Regulator ACM has launched an investigation into US gaming platform Roblox over potential risks to underage users in the European Union. According to reports, the regulator will assess whether Roblox is taking adequate measures to protect minors, referring to the EU's Digital Services Act, which requires platforms to take appropriate and proportionate measures to ensure safety for minors using their services. Roblox has stated that the company is strongly committed to complying with the EU Digital Services Act and referred to the gaming platform's announcement in November of last year that it would require age verification via facial recognition to limit communication between children and adults. Roblox added that Roblox looks forward to providing the ACM with further clarity on the many policies and safeguards we have in place to protect the minors. Now we have a breaking news. US President Donald Trump has announced his pick to lead the Federal Reserve. He is nominating Mr. Kevin Warsh, a former Fed official, to serve as the chairman of the Board of Governors. Trump has said he believes Warsh can guide the Fed effectively. The nomination now goes to the Senate for confirmation. This marks a significant step in Trump's influence over U.S. economic policy. That's all we have time for. Keep watching News6 World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Sima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News6 World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks. While Pentagon officials affirm readiness in Europe, the EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region can't afford another war. The US President has declared a national emergency and warned of tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating the trade tensions. Thailand's reformist politician Nathabon emerges as frontrunner in polls ahead of the February vote, signaling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. After meeting with potential candidate Kevin Warsh, US President Donald Trump has confirmed he will reveal his pick for federal chair today amid calls for rate cuts. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperature, close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. Now for this hour, we start with US President Donald Trump officially nominated Kevin Warsh to succeed Jerome Powell as the chair of the Federal Reserve. Warsh, who is a former Federal Reserve governor, is set to replace Powell, whose term was marked by frequent clashes with President Trump over interest rate policies. President Trump has praised Warsh on his Truth Social, calling him a longtime acquaintance and predicting he would be one of the great Fed chairmen known as an inflation hawk. Walsh has aligned with Trump's push for lower borrowing costs and a smaller balance sheet at the Fed. Following the announcement, the US dollar strengthened and Treasury yields rose while gold and Bitcoin prices dropped. However, Walsh's nomination faces a challenging confirmation process in the Senate, with Republican Senator Thom Tillis vowing to block any Fed nominations until a Justice Department investigation into Powell's handling of central bank renovation is resolved. Walsh was chosen from a short list that included National Economic Council Director Kevin Hassett, Fed Governor Christopher Waller, and BlackRock executive Rick Rader. Now for this, we welcome Mr. David K. Johnston. He's an author and journalist, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston, for joining us. Good to see you. Now looking at this, why do you think Trump has chosen this particular Mr. Kevin Walsh?
Well, I don't know anything about him of any consequence. But what I can assure you is Donald is appointing someone who will do whatever he wants. Donald has made it very clear that he believes that he is all-powerful. He says the only limits on what he does are his own morality. And that, of course, not at all what the American Constitution says, not within a mile of what it limits that it puts on him. But he wants lower interest rates. Trump has been a man throughout his life who's been a borrower, not a saver. Lower interest rates, he believes, will juice the economy. So Jerome Powell, who Trump appointed 10 years ago and whose term ends in May as president of the Fed, not as a member of the board, but as president, has done what he thinks is best for the legal mandate that the Fed have stable currency and full employment. Those two things can be tensions against each other. But whoever Trump was going to pick, I think he made very clear, would be someone who would say, yes, sir, you want lower interest rates, we're going to lower them. The problem with that theory is that the Fed president does not independently determine this. There's a board that sets the two interest rates that are controlled by the Federal Reserve Bank of the United States.
So how dangerous is it that, President Trump is pushing putting someone who aligns completely with his policies?
Oh, I think this is potentially very destabilizing for the U.S. economy and for other countries around the world. We're already seeing, because of Trump's actions, a number of nations have been dumping their dollars, their securities in dollars like American treasuries, treasury bonds, because they're uncertain about what's going on with the United States. And the Chinese have been big beneficiaries of this. They would like to establish the renminbi as the yuan, as the world reserve currency. Being the world reserve currency is an enormous, enormous financial benefit to the United States. It's a subsidy to Americans. Trump has no understanding of this whatsoever. All he knows is, I'm all powerful, I will do what I want, when he's really the man behind the curtain in The Wizard of Oz.
Right. And then is this Trump's push a strategy to have lower interest and gain some votes as he approaches midterm?
Yes, absolutely. Trump believes that lower interest rates, particularly lower mortgage interest rates, will help mitigate the losses that everyone knows the Republicans are facing in the House of Representatives and possibly in the U.S. Senate. So the problem here is that a lot of the debt Americans carry is in fixed terms or at rates that are not influenced by the Fed. The Fed affects two interest rates, and Trump would like to go back to the period of zero interest rates, which we had after the collapse of the U.S. economy in 2007, 8, and 9.
So why is Trump pushing for zero interest rates? And also, what does this all mean for U.S.'s democracy?
Well, on the first part, lower interest rates would presumably encourage more investment that's financed with debt, including home building. The U.S. has a major shortage of houses, several million houses, but for reasons that largely are not about interest rates. They're about local land use or zoning laws. The current U.S. mortgage interest rate of 6%, during the 40 years I had mortgages, they were all at 6% or more, except during the zero interest period. On the broader, I'm sorry, your second part of the question was about the broader economic, it was about Trump's power.
Yes, democracy of U.S.
Yeah,
Yes.
I wrote back in February that we no longer live in a democracy. We live in a dictatorship that is busy concentrating power in the White House. And Trump has since confirmed that repeatedly. He has said, well, it would be good to have a dictator. Millions of people want to have a dictator. You know, a dictator would be a good thing. I run the U.S. and the whole world, and numerous other statements. And I would warn people as far back as 2011, if Trump ever gets to the White House, he will behave as a dictator. And he just hasn't fully consolidated his power. But if you watch what's happening in Minnesota, that is the future for the United States if Trump is able to fully consolidate his power. People will be swept off the streets for not committing any crime. They will be subject to armed goons who don't have badges and whose faces are covered. They will be brutalized. If you have medical needs and they pick you up, they will refuse to give you your medicine. And when you say, I'll die without it, they will. We have testimony to this effect under oath. They will laugh in your face. Right. That's what Trump is trying to do, is set up a total dictatorship. And by the way, he just posted in the White House lobby a picture of himself with Vladimir Putin.
Oh, well, that I did not know about. And lastly, what happens now that U.S. president seems to be surrounding himself with all the yes men around him?
Well, when you're in a position of authority, whether it's my wife who's the CEO of a large organization or you are an elected official, you really want to surround yourself with people who will tell you no, people who will challenge what you have to say, people who will say, you know, that crosses a line, it's going to be politically unpopular, it will be counterproductive. And Trump does not surround himself with people like that. He is completely into yes men. Yes, sir, absolutely. In his first term, he had people who put restraints on him for those reasons. But in this term, it's enablers, enablers, and enablers.
Thank you for highlighting that, Mr. Johnston. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now, moving on, Russian President Vladimir Putin has received a personal request from U.S. President Donald Trump to hold strikes on Kyiv until February 1st, aiming to create a favorable environment for peace talks. Kremlin spokesperson Dmitry Peskov has declined to provide further details on Russia's response. Ukraine has stated it would reciprocate by refraining from attacks on Russian energy infrastructure if Moscow stops its strikes during the current cold weather. The next round of trilateral peace talks between Russia, Ukraine, and the U.S. was scheduled in Abu Dhabi, though Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky indicated that the date and location may change. Now, for this discussion, we welcome back Mr. David K. Johnston. He's an author and journalist, joins us live from New York. Thank you very much, Mr. Johnston, for staying with us. Now, again, what is this, request? Why is this coming at this timing? Is this also a part of his strategy, Trump's strategy, to gain back some popularity or votes?
Well, first of all, Donald doesn't really have strategies. He lives in the moment. He's not a long-term thinker. He deals with tactics, short-run tactics, not long-run strategy. Asking the Russians to hold off for 3 days, which is what this boils down to, is pretty insignificant. The Russians have seen that this is going to not be the quick war they expected 4 years ago. It is rather a war of attrition. And so the longer they can drag this out, the greater they believe are the chances that they will eventually conquer. And that's what they're doing here. Conquer Ukraine, take away the freedom of the Ukrainians and put them under the Kremlin's boot, just as people were during the Soviet era. And Trump is so believing and trusting in Vladimir Putin that he has said he does not trust any of the American intelligence agencies, but he takes Vladimir Putin at his word. I mean, that is unbelievably naive and gullible. And the fact that he just put up this picture in the White House of himself with Vladimir Putin speaks volumes to the fact that without doubt, Donald Trump is regarded by the Kremlin as an asset. Whether or not he's an active agent is another question, but there is no doubt that he is seen by the Kremlin as an asset to them.
Right. And now that Ukraine has Ukraine is not sure that where exactly will this next talks take place. Where do you think could be other than UAE?
Oh, it will be some neutral place where both the Russians and Ukrainians are comfortable and feel there's adequate security. You're not going to see any talks in Kiev or in Moscow. Security for both sides will be absolutely crucial. Vladimir Putin can't step outside of certain countries because he would be arrested as a war criminal. And Zelensky has to be concerned about his own safety because the Russians have a long history of assassinations. They, for example, killed the helicopter pilot who defected to Ukraine. He went off to live in Mexico and they hunted him down and murdered him. So security is going to be very important. And Trump's followers are, many of them, deeply troubled by what's going on here because he promised them no more wars. We're going to get out of these foreign entanglements. We're going to be America first. And that's not what they're seeing. They're seeing Trump saying, we're going to, if necessary, invade Cuba. We're going to take the Panama Canal. We're going to force Canada into becoming the 51st state. I don't expect any of those things to happen, but the bellicose nature of Donald Trump is coming very much to the fore because he has no constraints on him and no one around him telling him, hey, you're out of your lane. You were doing things that are extra constitutional. You need to pull it back. Nobody around him is telling him that.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. David K. Johnston for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now we move the focus on to Gaza. The world is being urged to step up aid to Gaza. The head of the International Committee of the Red Cross has said that states must act now. Mirjana Spoljaric says momentum from the first phase of the ceasefire must be used to ease dire humanitarian conditions. Meanwhile, Israel says the Rafah border crossing will reopen on 1st of February. It will allow travel between Gaza and Egypt, but only for residents who left during the war and only after Israeli security clearance. Rafah is Gaza's main gateway and the sole route for most of its more than 2 million people. Israel seized the crossing in May 2024. Its reopening follows the recovery of the last Israeli hostage's body and is part of the first phase of a US-backed ceasefire plan agreed in October last year. Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Yossi Cooper-Wasser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Yossi, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Now, looking at this Rafah border crossing, how significant will the reopening be, and what would it mean for both Israel, Egypt, and people in Gaza?
Well, I think first of all it's significant because it's simply a manifestation of the fact that the last hostage has been returned to Israel, and we can move forward towards implementing the second stage of the Trump plan for Gaza. And in the context of this plan, we are opening the crossing for people to cross both outside of Gaza and inside into Gaza. And yes, those who are going to cross into Gaza are going to go through inspection by, not directly, but indirectly by Israel, and to make sure that we don't see any terrorists coming in. But the way out is going to be free. And I hope that this is going to ease some of the pressures that the Gazan population are feeling throughout this war. And on top of that, I must say that what the head of the Red Cross was saying about the scarcity of humanitarian aid and food in Gaza is ridiculous. We allow 4,200 trucks every week to enter Gaza. The real problem in Gaza is that there is too much food, and it's kept by the Hamas in order to prevent pressures against them to disarm. That's the problem, because the core of the second stage of the plan is the disarming of Hamas and their removal from power. So the Palestinian technocratic government is already preparing to cross into Gaza this coming Sunday, and this is a nice move in the right direction. But Hamas is not willing to disarm, so it's only a partial move, and because Hamas refuses to disarm, there's no way to form the international stabilization force that is supposed to be responsible for security in the Gaza Strip, because no international body is ready to fight against Hamas. And this is the problem that we see right now, how we manage to convince Hamas to disarm.
Right. So how will that be possible? Like, what cards does the world have to dismantle Hamas or disarm Hamas?
Well, I think there are two leverages that can be put in place. One is that there is not going to be any reconstruction as long as Hamas doesn't disarm, and there's not going to be international powers coming to replace it. And that means that Hamas is responsible for the fact that there is no reconstruction of Gaza, because Israel is ready to allow reconstruction provided that Hamas disarms, and they refuse to do that. And the second leverage that we have is that we are ready, if necessary, to carry out a military operation to disarm Hamas by force. And we almost did it before the Trump plan was agreed upon. And this was the main reason why Hamas was ready to release the hostages, because they were afraid that we should go all the way and remove them from power and disarm them by force. And if necessary, we should be able to resume this threat. We are not trigger happy, but if necessary, we shall do what needs to be done.
Thank you very much, Mr. Yossi, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for our next discussion as well. Now we stay in Gaza and Israel. Israel's military has reported that it has launched airstrikes overnight, killing 3 terrorists in the southern Gaza city of Rafah. This comes as a fragile ceasefire between Israel and Hamas remains in place. However, both sides have alleged repeated violations of the truce terms. The Israeli military has stated that it had identified 8 terrorists emerging from underground in Rafah and struck, eliminating 3 of them. Further operations continue in the area to remove any remaining threats. Humanitarian conditions in Gaza remain critical, with more than 2 million people affected by displacement and winter weather. The opening of the Rafah crossing is expected to allow limited movement and the entry of a Palestinian administrative committee to help oversee daily operations under the ceasefire. The second phase also includes the disarmament of Hamas, a process that has been met with resistance from the group. Israel is set to withdraw, with international peacekeepers set to replace them. Now for this, we welcome back Mr. Yossi Cooper-Rosser. He's an Israeli intelligence and security expert, joins us live from Tel Aviv. Thank you very much, Mr. Cooper-Rosser, for staying with us. Now, how do you analyze the readiness of phase 2?
Well, as I said, the incident in Rafah just tells you how fragile this ceasefire is in the first place. Hamas repeatedly tries to carry out terror attacks from the territories that they control, the 47% that they control of Gaza. But whenever it's possible for them to carry out attacks from the area that is under Israeli control, they are not shy about doing that too. That's what happened this last night. And we were attacked. So this entire ceasefire is very fragile. We want to move forward with the implementation of stage 2, but as long as Hamas is there and continues to articulate its commitment to fighting against Israel and destroying it, it's very hard to see considerable progress. And as I said, I think that as long as this is the case, we are going to continue to allow the entry of food and humanitarian aid, and we shall allow people to cross through the Rafah crossing. But we shall not allow any reconstruction, and the reconstruction is dependent on the readiness of Hamas to disarm or the disarmament of Hamas by other means.
Right. And do you think that U.S. and Israel has any disalignment now regarding the implementation of phase 2?
No, not at all. I think that the Americans see this issue eye to eye with Israel. and they repeatedly demand that Hamas will disarm. President Trump repeated this message just yesterday. And it's very clear to the Americans that disarming Hamas is a precondition for moving forward and implementing the reconstruction plan and ideas of making Gaza into a flourishing area with tourism and Riviera and whatever have you. But this is not going to happen before Hamas is disarmed. And the Americans are totally on the same page with Israel.
With that, I would like
there are some other disagreements about the role of Turkey and Qatar in this. And that we disagree, but this is a different story.
Right. So why is there disagreement about Turkey and Qatar's involvement?
Because we consider Turkey and Qatar as supporters of Hamas. They host Hamas terrorists, they host Hamas commanders and leaders. They are members of, they are very close to the Muslim Brotherhood, that Hamas is the Palestinian branch of the Muslim Brotherhood. And they are interested in Hamas continuing to control Gaza. And yes, they are committed to the disarmament of Hamas because they promised the United States that this is what's going to happen. But they are trying all kinds of tricks in order to say one thing and do something else. And we cannot trust them because we know that they are very close to Hamas. The Americans say that they played an important role in convincing Hamas to release the hostages, and because of that, they got to have something in return. We are ready to live with Turkey and Qatar being members of the Board of Peace Executive Committee, but we don't want to let any troops from these countries deploy in the Gaza Strip.
With that, I would like to thank Mr. Cooper Rosser for joining us today and sharing that insight. Now we move on to our tech news. Hackers and other criminals can easily take control of computers running open source large language models outside the guardrails and constraints of major artificial intelligence platforms, creating security risks and vulnerabilities. According to reports, hackers could target the computers running the LLMs and direct them to carry out spam operations, phishing content creation, or disinformation campaigns, evading platform security protocols. As per research carried out jointly by cybersecurity companies Sentinel and Sensis over the course of 293 days have offered a new window into the scale of potentially illicit use of cases for thousands of open source LLM deployments, and these includes hacking, hate speech and harassment, violent or gore content, personal data theft, scams and fraud, as well as in some cases child sexual abuses material. Thousands of open source LLM variants exist. A significant portion of the LLMs on the internet accessible hosts are variants of Meta's Llama, Google, DeepMind's Gamma, and others. Meanwhile, some of the open source models include guardrails. The researchers identified hundreds of instances where guardrails were explicitly removed. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
What we can do as the Interparliamentary Union to strengthen democracy, to promote human rights, to ensure that humanitarian law is respected.
UN Security Council needs a makeover, a comprehensive reform, and India deserves a position there, a role there.
Prime Minister Modi during Operation Sindoor made it amply clear that war has never been India's choice. We are with the side of peace. We are neither neutral nor indifferent. We are with peace.
We would have dealt with the U.S. a whole lot on trade and those kinds of things, and that's not as certain these days. So we have to go back and look at our European partners, our Asian partners.
An opportunity to exchange, to have a dialogue, to have a debate on a different perspective on finding the solution of the conflict.
first thing that is important to have a common ground, and that we do have with humanitarian laws and human rights, but also to say, okay, what does it mean for us as a country to act on these laws, and how can we work together?
When we realize that there's something wrong with democracy, the institutions and policies, values come together and we take stock, and it's possible then to improve and chart a new course for democracy.
It's the people's right to self-determination, and if they want to be independent, they should be independent. We will not start a war against Greenland.
Hello and welcome. I'm Suma Katauka and you're watching The World Report on NewsX World. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. US President Donald Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness in Europe. The EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region cannot afford another war. EU President has declared a national emergency and warned if tariffs on nations like Mexico that provide oil to Cuba, escalating trade tensions. Thailand's reformist politician Nathapong emerges as frontrunner in polls ahead of the February vote, signaling potential shifts in the country's political landscape. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. US financial markets see extreme volatility as sharp swings in gold and silver equities lead to $9 trillion movement in capitalization. Trump continues trade war with Canada with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. According to a government statement, Burkina Faso's military government has dissolved all political parties, phasing out more than 100 groups. Authorities said party assets will be transferred to the state and a draft law sent to the transitional legislature, framing the move as necessary for national unity. Now we start with Middle East. Turkey is pushing for renewed nuclear diplomacy between Iran and the United States. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan says restarting talks would bring major gains for all sides and could open the door to lifting sanctions on Iran. Speaking alongside his Iranian counterpart in Istanbul, Fidan also urged Washington to resist Israeli pressure for military action, warning a strike on Iran would seriously destabilize the region. Let's listen into what the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has shared.
İsrail'in ABD'yi İran askeri saldırı yapmaya ikna etmeye çalıştığını da görmekteyiz. İsrail'in bu çabaları bölgemizin kırılgan durumdaki istikrarına büyük zarar verme potansiyeli taşımaktadır. ABD yönetiminin sağduyuyla hareket ederek buna fırsat vermeyeceğini ümit ediyoruz. İsrail bölgedeki istikrarsızlaştırma politikalarına son.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Professor Andrew Latham. He's an international affairs expert, joins us live from Minneapolis. Thank you very much, Mr. Latham, for joining us again. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, Turkish foreign minister has called for U.S.-Iran to talk and open talks, especially on nuclear program, to ease the regional tensions. So, what's the possibility of that, and how would that look like right now?
Well, first of all, it's quite clear that Turkey has at least two motives. It really has no interest in chaos in the region and the way that might spill over into Turkey proper. And also Turkey wants to play a role as a kind of regional great power, a natural interlocutor, bringing conflicting and competing sides together to hash out some kind of an agreement. How likely is that to be the case? Well, pressure is building. The Israelis are getting a little bit impatient. The United States, I think, has an interest in a negotiated settlement, certainly not JCPOA 2.0, something a little more comprehensive, dealing with missiles and nuclear capabilities, and also Iran's regional support for proxies like Hezbollah and Hamas. Whether the two or three or four sides, depending on how this is configured ultimately, what the common ground is, what they can all agree on, is really what's undecided at the moment. It's quite clear that there might be a deal on nuclear weapons, maybe even on Iran's proxies and regional geopolitics, but I don't think there's going to be an agreement on Iran's defenses, because Iran sees its missile capability as absolutely essential, and the United States and Israel see those weapons as incompatible with regional peace and security. So that's likely to be the big sticking point here. Whether they can resolve it, I'm actually quite skeptical.
Right, and if they cannot resolve it, then what now?
Well, I can see at least two scenarios, one of which would be an Israeli-initiated military action. They are obviously a little more invested, being in the region themselves, and a little more concerned about Iran's missile and nuclear capabilities, but also its support for proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah. And the United States then would either join in that strike or a parallel set of strikes. Think back to the 12-day war last year, that sort of operation. What would the targets be? I don't think it would be targeted to facilitate regime change. I think it would be targeted specifically on nuclear power, on the IRGC, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps headquarters and command and control infrastructure, things like that, that actually address the issues that Israel and the US have with Iran, and not to bring about a change of regime.
Right. And you know, the dismantle of nuclear program of Iran, which US and many countries are calling for, it seems unlikely from Iranian side. It seems unrealistic also from Iranian side. So what other channels can they use, all the countries who have problem with this Iran's nuclear program use to de-escalate the situation?
Well, I think at this point it would require a fairly comprehensive deal. For whatever reason, justified or not, Iran feels insecure. And how do states deal with insecurity? They arm themselves, in this case with nuclear weapons, but also with allies and proxies, again, Hezbollah, Hamas, etc. But Hezbollah and Hamas have been taken away. And Iran, I think right now, given internal developments, but also external developments, is feeling quite insecure. And in that situation, it's not likely to give up. It doesn't have nuclear weapons at the moment, but it has a very short breakout time, in which it could field nuclear weapons in months, not years, if it decided to do so.
Right.
I can't see it giving that up readily. There would have to be a big deal, which would be reassuring to the Iranians that they're not going to be subject to continuing sanctions and support for dissident movements within the country. And then if that regime felt secure, they might be willing to negotiate away this nuclear capability in development. And that would have to be verifiable from an American and Israeli perspective. The International Atomic Energy would have to have inspectors on the ground, etc. It would have to be a comprehensive deal that really addressed the core insecurities of Iran and the core insecurities of Israel and the United States. And that's a heavy lift. I don't think that's easily arrived at. The JCPOA during the Obama administration wasn't that. It dealt with some of the issues, nuclear, but it didn't deal with a lot of the other issues. So it would have to be more than JCPOA, and I'm not sure that that's in the cards at the moment.
And last but not least, since UAE and Saudi Arabia, also Turkey, have said that their airspace won't be allowed to use by US in terms of attacks towards Iran. So where will US use if it were to use this?
Well, it would have to use carrier-launched aircraft and sea-based assets in the Mediterranean. That's the only way that they would be able to strike. If they're not able to use Turkish airspace or Saudi airspace, Diego Garcia wouldn't be in play. So it does limit the United States options. And the reason for that is none of those countries, they're all hostile towards Iran, but there's been a kind of détente in the region in the last year or two. And nobody in the region has an interest in a war which could escalate chaos, would affect the price of oil, sometimes maybe in a positive way, but it might pinch off the Straits of Hormuz and the Bab el-Mandeb, the Gate of Tears at the bottom of the Red Sea. And that would affect all of the economies in the region. They have no interest in a full-blown war in the region, and therefore are signaling very clearly to Israel and the United States that that's the case, that they're not interested in war, and the signal that they're sending is, you can't use our airspace.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Mr. Latham, for sharing that insight. Please stay with us as we come back to you for a later discussion. Now, Turkey is calling for renewed nuclear talks between Iran and the United States. Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan says restarting negotiations would bring significant gains for all sides and could pave the way for lifting sanctions on Iran. He has made the remarks at a joint press conference in Istanbul with Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi. Let's listen into what the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan has shared.
Müzakereler aynı zamanda İran'a yönelik yaptırımların kaldırılmasının ve İran'ın uluslararası ekonomik sistemle bütünleşmesinin yolunu açacaktır. Bu adımlar tüm taraflara önemli kazanımlar sağlayacaktır.
Meanwhile, Iran's Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi has struck a firm tone. He has said Iran's missile and defense capabilities are not negotiable. Araghchi has added that Tehran is open to nuclear talks, but only if they are fair and conducted on equal footing. He has also said no meeting with U.S. officials is planned yet, stressing that preparations must come first. Now we move on to U.S. Student organizers have called for walkouts and protests across the United States on Friday to demand that federal immigration agents withdraw from Minnesota. After 2 fatal shootings of U.S. citizens generated public outrage, the call for a general strike follows last week's protests when thousands marched through Minneapolis in the bitter cold, urging an end to President Donald Trump's immigration crackdown in their city. Meanwhile, a candlelight vigil was held outside a Veteran Affairs hospital in New York City for Alex Pretty, an intensive care nurse at a hospital for military veterans who was shot and killed by immigration officers. Some vigil attendees have responded. Let's listen into what they have shared.
It's very important to a lot of people, and sometimes you don't know what to do. You try to do as much as you can, but sometimes the best thing you can do is just to show up at a vigil. But that's what we try to do, because we're in solidarity and we care.
We're in this fight with you. We believe in everything that you've been in the streets for, and we're going to do everything that we can from where we are to support you and to demand the same thing that you're demanding, which is to abolish ICE, to get ICE out of our cities, out of our communities, out of our workplaces.
Now we welcome back Mr. Andrew Latham. He's joining us from Minneapolis. So now that we have heard, supports from New York City's vigil that was held, how do you feel as a local of Minneapolis?
Well, it's a big deal here, despite the fact that there are signals now that ICE might be dialing down its enforcement efforts here. The 2 tragic deaths have left a mark. The fear amongst, in my case, international students and faculty who are here on work visas and whatnot is palpable. People are very concerned. But it's not just a local issue, of course. It resonates across the country, especially in cities where enforcement efforts have been ramped up and where there's large migrant communities. The mood in the country uniformly, I think, but especially in places like the Twin Cities, which have been subject to these enforcement efforts, is really tense, fearful, and there's a lot of anger as well. So that's a toxic brew of emotions that are now beginning to have real political expression.
And our situation de-escalating?
Well, there's hope there that Kristi Noem, who was the architect and leader of the sort of sweep approach to immigration enforcement, just indiscriminate and broad-based, and let's pick up everybody everywhere. She's been sidelined in this now, and Tom Homan, who's the border czar, who has a much more targeted and low-profile and arguably more humane approach to immigration law enforcement, is now running the show. So will the enforcement efforts stop or fade away altogether? No. But will they look different? That's the hope, that they will be low-key, they'll be targeted on criminals, for example, not on just everyday people. Will it defuse the situation on the streets in Minneapolis overnight? No, I don't think so. The bad feelings will be there for a while. But will the proximate cause of that anger go away? I think to some extent, yes.
Right. And building on your first answer, I would like to ask, how are international students affected by this whole thing unfolding in U.S. and also in Minneapolis, of course? And U.S. economy, is it dependent, or universities, is it dependent on international students as well?
Yes, not only is it good in and of itself, but as part of the business model, international students, part of the revenue stream. Since 2008, Americans have had fewer children, which means that now 19 years later, there are fewer university and college age potential students. And to make up that difference, one of the ways is to bring in more international students. And to the extent that there is a climate of fear, what parent would want their child, legally, by the way, to study abroad? Because the fear is that if you look like you are not quote unquote American, you're subject to this ICE enforcement, this harassment that you don't need. Why would you send one of your offspring into a situation like that? So if this persists over time, it could have a really negative effect on colleges and universities in the United States, quite apart from the terrorizing effect it's having on young people in colleges and universities today.
Right. With that, I would like to thank Mr. Andrew Latham for joining us today from Minneapolis and sharing that insight with us on NewsX World. Now we stay in U.S. Democratic U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren has criticized President Trump's nomination of Mr. Kevin Warsh as the next Federal Reserve Chair, calling it another move by the president to seize control of the central bank. In a statement, Warren has argued that no Republican should support the nomination until Trump holds his ongoing investigation into the Federal Reserve. Warren's remarks reflect the continued concerns among critics about the administration's influence over the Fed, especially after the public tensions between Trump and current chair Jerome Powell. Now we move the focus on to Bangladesh. Bangladesh will be holding parliamentary elections and a national referendum on February 12th of this year. In the lead up to the polls, political violence and extremist attacks may target rallies, polling stations, and religious sites such as mosques, churches, and temples. The U.S. Embassy in Dhaka has advised U.S. citizens to remain cautious, avoid large gatherings, and be aware of their surroundings. Demonstrations, even those who intended to be peaceful, can escalate into violence. The government has announced transportation restrictions starting February 10th, with a full ban on motorcycles and all transport on February 11th and 12th. As a result, embassy services will be limited on those dates. The country has been gripped by political violence ahead of the elections following the August 2024 toppling of Sheikh Hasina's government. With the ban on Hasina's party, Awami League, authorities are expecting violence to erupt around the poll dates. Now for this discussion, we welcome retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi. He's a veteran and also a professor of international relations and strategic studies, joins us live from New Delhi.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for joining. Now looking at this, what are we to make of current situation in Bangladesh? Do you think that Bangladesh is doing enough to carry out peaceful elections on February 12th?
Well, Suma, it's a very crucial time for Bangladesh. This the 12th, elections that are taking place, but the environment are very, very delicate. I would say volatile because with this new administration under Yunus, first and foremost, the law and order is not very effective. There have been series of violent cases against especially minorities, and the radical elements like Islamist element, Jamaatis are calling the shots. So therefore, it's a very, very, I would say, delicate and sensitive period that Bangladesh is going through. The second point is the fairness of elections. That also is a big question mark because the major party, Awami League, has been banned from the taking part in the elections, and Jamaatis, which is a congregation or the alliance of 10 parties, are actually being supported tacitly by the current administration. So therefore, it's very difficult time for Bangladesh, and especially, I don't think the law and order enforcement agencies are fully in control because of the kind of violence and the instances that have taken place. But nonetheless, some effort has been made, but I don't think it is enough on the ground. And especially, I have a skepticism that the minorities, which traditionally had supported the Awami League, will be very, very cautious or feel intimidated to openly vote. So, on the whole, this is a very, very sensitive situation, very delicate situation, and instances of violence have taken place, and rightly so. The most of the foreign countries, foreign embassies have issued a kind of a warning or a caution that their residents should stay away from the public places or from the places where the gatherings could be attacked, or there can be reasons, or there can be instances of violence. Asuma.
Right. And how do you analyze the current relationship between India and Bangladesh?
Well, first and foremost, the relations between India and Bangladesh have taken a nosedive after Yunus administration has assumed, the power, and there are a couple of reasons for this. First and foremost, Yunus as a person is highly indisposed and hostile toward the Indian government. He has a set agenda to bring the radical elements in place. He has cozied up to Pakistan, and today their relation between Bangladesh and Pakistan army actually are growing day by day. More than dozen delegations from each country have visited each other, and some of the very defining developments. Pakistani naval ship Saif, it docked at Chittagong, and the Pakistanis are going to be training the Bangladesh army. There have been joint exercises between Pakistan and the Bangladesh Defense Forces. And along with that is the China. China has a very deep-rooted presence in Bangladesh. They have taken the economic route. About 38 to 40 billion dollars have been committed to the development of Bangladesh. Almost $7 billion have been actually already utilized, and Bangladesh is only yesterday they have signed a agreement to produce drones. Also, there's a very sensitive airport very close to the Indian border, that is Lalmorni Hat, and that is being developed as a base. So all this goes on to show that as far as India is concerned, the security is become a paramount issue, and it is directly, affecting the India's sovereignty and integrity, because a statement have been made by the official in the higher echelons and also by the people that India's 7th state, which are very geographically vulnerable because there's a very narrow corridor, Siliguri corridor, of just about 22-23 kilometers, which connects the North Indian states, that they are vulnerable, and they will make effort to even break their contact with India. So all that which is going on, I think, is of high concerns to India, and India will have to take action both politically and otherwise, because if Bangladesh continues its anti-India approach, is some kind of hostility or belligerency, then I think the action will have to be would be rather hard, and that will have impact on the relationship between the two countries. And my last point is also demographics. The kind of demographic changes that have taken place along the India-Bangladesh border, the kind of inundation, also the illegal immigration that are taking place, all these are highly concerning, and I think India will have to take some very stern steps to ensure that our sovereignty and our integrity is not compromised. Asuma.
Right. And you briefly touched upon this, but could closer defense engagement between Bangladesh and Pakistan influence the regional security here?
Yes, because the point is that after 71 war, the war which I fought, Bangladesh and Pakistan had no relations as such, and their relations were also almost, you can say, in a very cold, freeze state. But the point is, after Yunus government has come to power, the whole situation has changed. Now, what is the impact it will have? Because we need to see this whole situation from three dimensions: Bangladesh, then Pakistan and China, because that's a kind of trilateral that is developing. Now there is a direct contact or the connectivity between Bangladesh and Pakistan. The China is deeply interested because of his own interest in Bay of Bengal, his interest in what they call is the BRI, that is the Belt Road Initiative, and also our border with China, especially in the area of Doklam, that is the Siliguri-Sikkim corridor, is highly contested. So when you put all these things together, the kind of cooperation that is developing between the Bangladesh army, the Pakistan army, the kind of, in fact, the Bangladesh army is mostly equipped by the Chinese equipment and also the Pakistan army. So this also ensures interoperability between the defense forces of Pakistan and China and Bangladesh. And lately, Bangladesh has taken some very concrete steps to step up its defense capability. They are raising a commando brigade or special forces brigade. They are also, buying major equipment. Now, JF-17 is one of the major equipment that is going to be bought from Pakistan, which is a joint venture between Pakistan and Bangladesh. And as I already said, the drone manufacturing facility, the agreement has been signed only yesterday. So all I can say is that this trilateral, the kind of bonhomie, kind of coziness that is going on between the Bangladesh and Pakistan army, overseen by China, is very, very sensitive as far as India is concerned. Asuma.
Thank you very much. With that, I would like to thank retired Major General Gigi Dwivedi for joining us and sharing that insight. Now we move to focus on to China. China is set to lift travel restrictions on a group of British lawmakers. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has confirmed the move during his ongoing visit to China, the first by a British leader in 8 years. Prime Minister Starmer said he raised the issue directly with President Xi Jinping, who told him the restrictions no longer apply. All British parliamentarians will now be free to travel to China. The sanctions date back to 2021, when Beijing targeted 9 British figures over criticism of alleged human rights abuses in Xinjiang province of China. On Uyghur people, Prime Minister Starmer has stressed engagement allows difficult issues to be raised, but London says it will not lift its own sanctions on Chinese officials in return. That's all we have time for. Keep watching NewsX World for more news updates from around the world.
In the midst of this, life persists. In the midst of untruth, truth persists.
Hello and welcome. I'm Srima Katauka and you're watching the World Report on News 612. Let's take a look at the top headlines of this hour. The U.S. Special Envoy Tom Barak has hailed a new agreement between the Syrian government and the Syrian Democratic Forces as a historic milestone. The deal was also welcomed by French President Emmanuel Macron and Kurdistan's region President Nechirvan Barzani and is being framed as a step towards unified Syria. According to a statement from the Syrian presidency, UAE President Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan and Syrian President Ahmad al-Shara held a phone call with each other to discuss strengthening bilateral cooperation, regional developments, and potential UAE support for Syria's reconstruction and investment. US President Trump signals restraint on Iran, saying he hopefully won't need military action and plans direct talks, while Pentagon officials affirm readiness in Europe. The EU brands Iran's Revolutionary Guards as a terrorist group, sparking protests in Brussels and warnings from EU leaders that the region cannot afford another war. Following US pressure, the ruling aims to shift control over the strategic waterway in Panama, marking a significant geopolitical development. China warns to take appropriate measures. Trump continues trade war with Canada, with renewed threats of decertifying Canadian-made aircraft and charge a 50% tariff on those planes. Towns in Australia's southeast swelter in temperatures close to 50 degrees Celsius as wildfires rage through parts of rural Victoria. Uganda's Army Chief Muhoozi Kainerugaba has apologized to the United States after accusing the U.S. Embassy in Kampala of helping opposition leader Bobi Wine evade the arrest. The incident comes as tensions rise after President Yoweri Museveni won a seventh term with recent raid on opposition leader Wine's home while Wine remains in hiding. According to a government statement, Burkina Faso's military government has dissolved all political parties, phasing out more than 100 groups. Authorities said party assets will be transferred to the state and a draw law sent to the transitional legislature, framing the move as necessary for national unity. Now for this hour, we start with UK and China. British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said engagement with China is already paying off. Speaking in Shanghai, Prime Minister Starmer told Chinese and British business leaders the atmosphere has changed and new opportunities are opening up. He has said engaging with China is key to restoring Britain's role as an open, outward-looking trading nation on the global stage. Asked about criticism from US President Donald Trump, Prime Minister Starmer said it would be foolhardy not to engage with Beijing. China has pushed back strongly against US warnings. Chinese Foreign Ministry spokesperson Guo Jiakun said Beijing is already to deepen cooperation with Britain and other countries based on mutual benefit and win-win results. Let's listen into what the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer has shared.
This evening, this is a historic visit to China, the first by a British Prime Minister in 8 years. And we've come very much in the spirit of engagement, of resetting, and setting out a consistent, long-term, comprehensive and strategic partnership. And yesterday in Beijing, we had really productive bilateral meetings, including with President Xi, and we were able to open up opportunities for both of our countries and resolve issues between us. And already I think the atmosphere has changed. The opportunities are opening up, and that's the great prize of engagement. This is an expression of the United Kingdom as an open, outward trading company, making sure that our place is back on the world stage with the necessary relations that we need.
Now for this discussion, we welcome Mr. Keith Vaz. He's a former British minister, joins us live from London. Thank you very much, Mr. Vaz, for joining us. Good to see you. Now, looking at this, how significant is that there's so many bilateral and warming of relationship has happened regardless of U.S.'s warnings?
Well, I think that there's a little bit of exaggeration here. Of course, it's a very, very important visit because no British Prime Minister has visited for 8 years, and we've had quite a few since that. I suppose what Keir Starmer means, it's historic because it's the first time a Labour Prime Minister has visited in over 20 years. So from that point of view, it's a very important visit, and it's one that he has been planning very carefully. So good luck to him in terms of the fact that he wants to spin it as a historic visit and one that will make a big difference between our relations. I think there's really nowhere for him to go except to China. In this sense, he can't keep popping off to America because all that happens is he gets criticized by President Trump and Vice President Vance and other people who say that Britain has gone to the dogs and therefore, they have to find the time to do deals with the Americans. So what this proves is that the British Prime Minister can go to a country like China and there can be some good deals made in respect to these matters. And there is no question also that something good has come of it. They've signed a number of agreements. Before he came to Beijing, they had approved the new Chinese embassy in London, near London Bridge. So the Chinese must have been very pleased with that. It's going to be the largest embassy of any country in the world based in London. So they're very pleased with that. There's more students coming to Britain from China than there are from any other country in the world, including India. So for all those reasons, the tightening up of relations has been very warmly welcomed by both sides.
Right. Yes, about the embassy thing, it seems like, British government or Keir Starmer in particular has decided to put a lot of things under the rug for now, including the Uyghur Xinjiang province thing. So what is the significance of this China lifting also travel restrictions on British lawmakers and all the things I've lined up now?